That's weird. Okay, I think we are up actually. So this is the 2024 Roblox Developer Challenge. It's something they do every year where they have a theme and you have 48 hours to create a game given a theme. And this year's theme is what was it? It was unexpected development, which I am not sure what that means. I have no clue what they're trying to go with. I was expecting, I don't know, a less vague theme. But anyways, we have 48 hours. The time is already ticking. It started about 40 minutes ago, technically, so I'm a little behind. But I've got Roblox Studio open. I am going to start from complete scratch. I'm not bringing any assets into this challenge that were already made. And some people think that would be stupid, and it kind of is. I'm not going to be able to make as much because of that. But I think it's a challenge that I wanted to do, and an extra challenge, I guess. So I'm going to create a base plate, and let's start this sucker up. So the first thing I want to do is start making the base work for a game. Not necessarily know what we're going to create yet, but always making a baseline is a good start. And the first thing I'd want to do is what kind of structure do I want for this game? The game I want, or the structure I want, is object-oriented programming. It's going to be based off of that system. So that's actually the first thing I'm going to create an object-oriented programming system. The challenge is make a game in 48 hours, and it has to fit the theme unexpected development. So this is a challenge organized by Roblox. I'm not sure. Okay, I just made sure that I could hear myself on the stream. So I'm a little confused on what that means. Now, I could see it in two ways. I could see this being a story game that has unexpected development happen, like, oh, plot twist type of unexpected development. I kind of wanted to make a game with a game loop. Story games don't really have that, and I don't like story games, to be honest, or making them, I should say. I kind of like playing them sometimes, but I'm just kind of let's get all the things we need up. So the explorer, the properties, I'm going to flip those around. So the first thing I'm going to do is start making an object-oriented programming system. I'm going to create that in replicated storage. I'm going to create a module script, and it's going to be called arcade. Just need a name for it, so it's going to be arcade. We're going to rename the variable names inside the module script. Since I am at college, I don't have two screens, so I'm using my phone to look at chat, and that's kind of hard. Yeah, the genre is unexpected development. It is, I'm not sure what that means, but Roblox is the one that made the challenge, or the theme, and I don't know exactly what to do with that. But first, let's make this object-oriented system. So we got arcade. We want functions in here. We want one that's just called class. And that will be a function that creates a class to utilize. So the class is going to be a table. And we're going to take parameters for this class function. It's going to be, let's see, we want the name of the class. And we want if it extends from another class. I'm not going to go into depth necessarily of the the subjects I'm talking about, like object-oriented programming. Since this is a challenge of speed, I don't have too much time to explain necessarily what I'm doing. But we'll just do extends, and this, let's just make this a table. So now we got the name and if it extends anything. So I'm just going to go into the class variable we have inside and set the name. I'm also going to set two underscore dashes before the parameters so we don't accidentally access them. These are for our system to access and not developers really. So it's going to be class dot underscore underscore name equals name, class dot super is what it extends. I'm actually going to call this super rather than extends because I'm going to use the extends for something else. So this class will extend. This is basically saying I want class.extends to be true or false depending on if we do pass this parameter, because we don't have to pass anything for the super parameter. Should just put a question mark here. And so if we do pass it, I want extends to be true. So basically all we have to do is, all we got to do is super and true or false. So basically it'll be true if super exists. Boom. And then we'll continue from here. So the next thing I would want is, let's see, got our class. We're probably going to have to set some meta tables. So let's create some of those. I'm actually going to I'm going to put the meta tables into another module script that's going to be inside Arcade. I'm actually going to create a folder within, whoops, that's not a folder. I'm going to create a folder called, what do we want here? Let's see, folder, we're going to name this meta tables or meta. Let's just call it meta. And we're going to put a module script in there. We'll call this one class meta. Class meta sounds good. Within this class meta module script, we are going to return, let's see, what do we want here? So this is going to be our meta table for classes. So we're going to have to define class meta dot underscore underscore index. So this function will run if we try to access a parameter or access a property within our class that doesn't exist. This function will run once I actually create it. And it's going to pass the object or the class that called it, and it's also going to pass what it tried to index, which is a string. So basically, if it doesn't exist, we need to make sure that if the class extends another class, you go look in that class instead rather than just saying it doesn't exist. To do that, we just got to check if extends is true. And if it is, we'll just return that. So in this class meta, we'll do, I'm going to call this class here rather than self. If class extends, then return class super index. This will if the class extends another class and you try to index something that doesn't exist in this class, it will check the class it extends for that same property. Okay. So now that we have the class meta, let's import or require it. Oops. Local class meta equals require. This is script.meta.class meta. We'll have a couple different meta scripts or meta tables for different types of classes. This is just generic class. So we got class.extends. We're going to want to set the meta table. To do that, we just call set meta table. Meta tables give tables like super special powers, I'd like to call it. Functionality that you would have never expected. If you don't know what meta tables are, I'm not going to completely explain them, but you can check them out on the developer forum. Probably has a lot of articles talking about what meta tables are. But basically, meta tables is what gives us the power of the object-oriented system in this case. So we're going to set the meta table. We first pass it the table we want to give a meta table to. So that's our class, and then we're going to give it the class meta table to set. So now that should check to see if it extends from anything. Before I forget, I'm going to return the class because it's got to do that in this function. We're going to create some extra things in here that add a little bit of functionality to the class. So I forgot another thing we got to do in class meta. We've got to create a new function called call. So what this does is if you, let's say we have a table and what if you did this table and then you called it like a function? Well, normally tables can't be called like a function, but if you give it a meta table that has the dot underscore underscore call function, instead of erroring like you would expect, it actually calls this function and it passes the parameters you would put into the function call into this function as well. Oops, let's call this the right thing. So now this gets called, we want to create a class or create an object of the class. I won't explain why, because it's just part of object-oriented programming where we create objects from classes. But this is where we create the object. So object equals a table. Let's see. So this is the class. This is the object. The object is going to extend, or if we try to index a property of this object, it's going to then check the class it's in if it can't find it within the object. And if it can't find it within the class, it will check any class it extends from. So we're going to have to create another meta table. Well, actually, we don't. The meta table for this object is going to be the class. So object class. So now our class is the meta table for the object. And we're going to return the object. There might be some other things we got to do here, but for now, let's call that good. Let's go back to the modules, the arcade script above. We're going to have to, okay, so since our objects are going to take the class as a meta table, we have to define that class underscore underscore index equals class. So it's a little hard to understand, but this will create a little recursive loop within the table, but it doesn't break it. But since this is the meta table for our object, that just means that if we can't find what we want in the object, it will check the class. And then if it can't find it within this class, it will see if it extends any class. Hey, what's up, Casey? You're doing it also. I'm just going to do it solo. Good luck for your team, though. I'm just going to do this completely solo, just as a little challenge to myself. But thanks for the invite. So, let's see. So this creates the class. Extends, boom, should work. So what we're going to do now is we're going to actually just add a function to the class that's built in. Let's see, this might be a little memory hungry, but I'm not too worried about that right now. So function class.new, so we're adding a new function to the class just built in, and it's just going to take parameters, and then what it's going to do, it's going to return class that. We're going to call the table like it's a function. It's going to activate the class meta table call and create an object this way. It's a little bit of a roundabout way, but some people just like having .new in the rather than calling the class table and calling it like a function, they like to have a function called new. So let's just add that in there. I think that should be it. Oh no, I remembered, because I've made this before, but sometimes I forget some steps. When we create the object, we gotta initialize it in case the in object-oriented programming, you usually have a function that when an object is created, it gets passed through, and what it does in there is dependent on the developer, because you can change it to however you want. But we will say that the initialize function is just called whatever the class is named. I'll show you what that means more. Object. So we got the object. Nah, we don't want to do that. We want to call class. And there's going to be a function in every class that's the same name as the class name. We index that as class __ name or class dot __ name. So this should index the function that we're looking for, and we're going to call it. And we're going to pass the object and any parameters we passed into the call method. This passes the object through. We don't have to return anything because the object, if you change something within the object, it should, those changes should stay even after the function is called. We return the object. I think that finalizes the basic object or the basic class for arcade. So let's go test this out because we want to make sure it's working. I'm going to make an example class here. It's going to be called student. I'm just doing this for making sure it works. Let's require local. Let's require arcade first. Game.replicated.arcade. Student is arcade.class. We got to give it a name. It's just going to be script.name, which is, oh, I need to change that to student. It's got to mimic the name inside. And then it's not going to extend anything, so I don't have to put a parameter in there. We're going to make a function called student, or I'm going to rename this variable to class so we know we're working with the class here. Class.student. So since I named this function the same name as the class, our system will know that this is the initialize function. And we're going to call the object self, and it's going to get parameters. Let's say it gets a name parameter. And just say age, just to test things out. So we do also, I want to typecast this. So export type equals. This table here will represent the type of object we're expecting from this class. I'm actually going to put this above here. So in this case, it'd be name. We're going to expect a string, and we're going to expect an age within this object that we create from the student class. So now, if we say self is the type that we created up here, now when we index self, we have the parameters name and age. And we're just going to go self.name equals name, self.age equals age. Let's create a function to test out the class some more. Let's call this, study. Because they're a student, they should be studying. However, student doesn't want to study, so he screams no. The output will print no if you try to make him study. So that's about it. I'm going to add one more thing, and it's going to be another type. So I'm going to export type class. So I named the first one type, and it probably is bad practice because the type keyword is, well, type. But you can name it type. It doesn't cause any issues. So I'm just going to call the first one type, and the second one class. This one's going to represent the class and what it can do. In this case, it has a function called new. It takes self, which is a table, and parameters. This is going to be kind of the baseline for classes. Excuse me. So parameters, and parameters is going to be any, and it's going to return our type from up here, which is this. So now I'm just going to make this one line because it doesn't need to be multiple. This one will need to be multiple, so it gets multiple lines. Let's test this class now that we've created. Within server script service, why not? I'm just going to create a script. Local student equals require game.replicated storage dot student. I forgot to do something within the student class. When we return class, or did I? No, I think everything's good actually. So we got student, and now when we call student, oh, isn't that, it keeps all those things? That's weird. Oh, I remember what I was thinking I needed to do now. So here within this line here, this variable class, I'm just going to say it's type class, which is the type we created up here. That way it hides those parameters that I set within Arcade that I don't want developers accidentally changing. So now when I index it, it only shows the new function. So we're going to create a new student. His name is going to be, I'm going to actually, so the parameters you'd want to change this to name, string, and age, number. You'd want to specialize it for each class. So student.new, and then it gets name. So oh wait, why is it? Oh, I forgot. So we don't want self actually. Take that out. No self. This is going to be called with a period, so no self is being passed into that function. So it takes a name and it takes an age. Why not? And it returns our new student. So this is the class. This is the object from the class. Let's print out new student dot name, print new student dot age. And let's see what happens when we run this code. It's been a while since I looked at the chat, so I'm going to do that. I don't need raw git. But that was a good idea. The index, I think, let's see, arcade, class meta, within the index, since I am just returning a variable from the other class, it's not the same class I'm indexing here. It doesn't need to do that. It actually just checks the next class if it extends, but maybe you're right. We'll see once I start extending. So it did print out Jimmy, and it did print out the age I put into there. So let's try the parameter, or no, I don't think I created that, did I? In student, we have study, but I didn't create I didn't tell Roblox that this class has, or this object has, a study function. So let's add it in there. So it's easier to call. It doesn't take anything as a parameter, and it doesn't return anything. So that's all we need. Let's go back to our script here, and new student. Okay. Oh, right. So I'm going to want to call this with a colon rather than a period. So I need to tell it that it's going to have something as a first parameter, which is going to be self. And I'm just going to say it's a table. Doesn't need to be fancy here. So now when I do colon, it should pop up, study, and let's see if that gets called. It does. In output, it yells no when I try to make the student study. Perfect. The next step is to create a class that extends student. And once that's confirmed, I think we're all set and ready to start making the actual game content. So let's get another class here. So I'm going to duplicate student. I'm going to call this one student athlete. Athlete. I don't know if I spelled that correct, but whatever. We're on a time crunch. So we're going to take out a lot of this stuff. I'm going to have a little template I'm going to be using, so I don't have to like copy and paste other scripts. But for right now, this student athlete is going to extend the class of student. So I'm going to create a super here variable, and it's going to be require script dot replicate store. Oh no, game dot replicate storage dot student. That means this class is a student, but it will also be something else, which is an athlete. It's kind of, think of it as stacking on top of each other. So it's going to take the name, the age, but now it's going to take a sport. Let's say like what sport they play. Again, this is just to test it out. This has no functionality for the game itself, but it's going to be the baseline for how the game is going to be made. We do not need to call this. The next step here, and we don't need this either anymore. The next step is to create the logic for the extending. So first of all, this type, we need the type from student. So let's take this super and put it above here. So now on this export type, we're going to do and, wherever that is, and super dot type. So now we're saying that this type is whatever we say here, and it also includes the type of what it extends, if it does extend anything. Now, oh, no problem. There was, yeah, so let's see, student athlete, we got the sport. Oh, I'm trying to think right now. What do we need? So let's just put in the sport here for right now. And we have class. We want to add sport into the function class. Oh, okay. Yeah, we need to pass the super into creating the class. And oh yeah, here's the thing we need to do. We need to make a function that's called super. So what I want to, oh dear, I hate this AI that thinks it knows what I want it to write. Okay, no, don't. So I want, do I want self dot? Yes, I do. I want self dot super. I want super to be a function. So I'm just going to uncomment this. So self dot, no, I want class dot super. And then, so this isn't created yet. This is just kind of, I'm writing what I want to be able to call, and then I'm going to create that function later. So basically what I want to do is for the student athlete, I want to call students initializing function, so I don't have to create all of these variables again within the extended class. So I just want to say class.super, and I pass self into it with the parameters it requires. So in this case, it would just be name and age. And then I want from that this function to run and set the properties there. So like, let's say student had a lot more properties to set. I wouldn't have to set them all here as well. This class.super function doesn't exist yet. So let's go into Arcade and just force it into the classes. So it's going to probably be right above the .new, and we're going to call it super. Super is going to get self and parameters, and it's going to just call if class dot extends, then class dot super, and the function we want to call is class dot super dot name, because it should also be a class that has these properties. And then we're going to call it like a function because it is. We're going to pass self, and we're going to pass the parameters. I think that should do it. Let's go back to student athlete, and let's set now sport as sport, and function class I'll test that later. Let's create a new function called I don't know, practice for their sport. I'm not sure. This is just a stupid example. We're going to put self type as the first parameter. It's always going to be the first parameter to our class functions, and it's always going to be of type type. And let's just print okay, I'll practice. I don't know. This is just testing that it gets called. So let's create a student athlete instead. Student athlete. And we're going to create local, let's say his name is Bob. So we're just going to call this one Bob. Student athlete dot new. Bob, he is 22. And his sport is track. Let's call, let's print everything we did before. So print Bob dot name, Bob dot age, Bob dot sport. Let's run that. Okay, so even though in student athlete we didn't manually set the name or the age into the object, we only set the sport. It still set those two other, the name and age, because it extended the student class that does it within this function. So we just made sure that it worked, and it did. So let's now make sure that when we call Bob study, it still works, but we also want Bob and practice. I forgot to add that into the type, so let's go do that. Student athlete practice self and then doesn't have any other parameters, and it returns nothing. Add a comma there, boom. Make sure we called that correctly, yep. And let's run this. What is the theme? The theme is unexpected development. So this is, if you guys don't know, this challenge is something you can find on the Roblox Developer forum, because Roblox is hosting this development, this game jam. It's not me, so I did not choose the theme. The theme is unexpected development. I don't know what kind of game that would entail. I'm still thinking it would be, the easiest thing I can think of is a story game that has an unexpected development in it, but that's stupid and I don't like that. But yeah, so this is a game jam that's hosted by Roblox. I'm just live streaming my creation process. So don't, I had nothing to do with that theme. Anyway, we've created the student athlete, and yeah, it works. So it looks like our classes are made. So from the student athlete, I'm going to create the baseline of every class. I'm going to put it into a folder here into Arcade. That folder is going to be called template. Let's paste a module script into there, and I'm going to paste the student athlete here. I'm just going to call this class, and now I'm going to delete everything that has to do with it being a student object or a student athlete object. So let's call it yeah, delete this. Delete this. Let's comment this out, but keep it in there just in case we need it. Delete this. This should just be parameters. And there we go. This is a generic class now. And this is what we'll build other classes from. So now that we have the classes done, I'm going to create a new, just one more type of class, and it's going to be called singleton. And that's because with classes, you can create multiple classes and their own entity. So if I were to make a student and change the name of that student, it wouldn't change all the other student objects' name that I've created. It'd only be for that one object. Sometimes, though, for an object, you just want only one to ever be in existence. So if someone else tried to create a student object, but a student object already existed, instead of creating a new one, it just returns the universal one. That's what this will be. It's just going to be called, and that type of programming structure is called a singleton. It's going to take the same parameters. It's just going to have a little bit of a different, a little special sauce here. And this little special sauce is going to be within, well, within this function. No. The special sauce is actually going to be, ooh, where would this be actually? So if we have the meta table, thinking. I guess it would be within the class itself, because you can only have one in existence. Okay, so I would just create a parameter called singleton, be equal to nil initially, and when you create it, it's going to check to see if there's a singleton within the class. I'm going to have to create a new meta table, and it's going to be called singleton meta. It's going to be basically the same as class meta, but within the call, it's going to make sure that there's not already one in existence. So if not class.singleton, then, and that one, yeah, that should, I think that should work. And then it's going to set it. Class.singleton will be set to the object we've created. So now it will only return, well, now it will only return one object at max. So now let's go back into Arcade, create a new function called singleton. We already did. But rather than using the class meta, we're going to use singleton meta. And put it here. And now that should be finished as well. I'm not going to test that too much. Now it's time to actually start creating the game, or thinking about it at least. So the theme is unexpected development. I could see this as being an experience game, or not. I said story game before. That's pretty a basic idea, but I could also see it as being a one play type of game. Story games are like that. You usually only play it once, and since you already know the story, there's no reason to play it again. But in this case, unexpected development, it could be like you're playing, you think you're just playing a normal single player game, and all of a sudden, you know, just a big twist. It doesn't have to be a story game, but you could be playing Pong, and all of a sudden, I don't know, something happens, and all of a sudden you're not playing Pong anymore. But I'm just trying to think of what a good twist is that has actual gameplay, because story games don't tend, like, especially Roblox ones, it's pretty boring, doesn't have any depth to it. Unexpected development. The problem is it's hard to have like a concrete idea of what you want the game to be right from the start, but when you only have 48 hours, it's kind of gotta go as quick as possible. So let's see, unexpected development. I wonder what other people have said on whoops, that's a little meta. On the dev forum. Let's go look real quick. That would be under community and events, developer challenge. Yeah, I think a lot of people are talking about it. Okay, please keep in mind that the theme interpretation is up to you. Be creative. So I'm guessing that they won't be too strict on if something coheres to the theme or not. Yeah, see, unexpected developments in a story. Someone was saying that, as they're saying the same thing I did at first. I'm going to try to be as creative as possible. Too vague. Dropping out of the challenge. Vague. Yeah. People trying to find a team still. Okay. So unexpected development. We're just going to want a big twist. Not sure what that twist will be, but I guess it's time to start it up. So first I need to think of what structure, what type of game I want. Story game would make the most sense in this case. But how about, let's make a horror game. Horror games are pretty easy to create any type of theme you want in this sense. Unexpected development would be perfect. How about the monster is not who we expected it to be? Let's get coding. So the first thing I'll want is I want to make this a first person experience. So I want to create a custom first person experience. Let's get creative. I changed some scripts. Well, okay, let's keep it then. Let's delete this. So I'm going to want to create a first person camera. I am going to create a folder called class. And I'm going to go into temp. What? Oh no. Well, I don't know when I deleted it, but apparently I deleted the template folder. I don't remember doing that. So I'm gonna have to recreate that. But this is still, yep. What? Oh, I was editing the whole time. Oh no, I lost a lot of stuff. Okay, whatever, this doesn't matter. This is fine. Doesn't have to be the most memory efficient. We're going to want to make this a multiplayer game as well, because that's usually what Roblox does. Is the reason Roblox exists is to be a multiplayer game. Though a single player game would make this a little bit easier. Yeah, let's first get that first person camera set up. So I am just going to take this and let's make it possible to use this again for anything we're wanting to use it for. All right, that should do it. So now let's copy this and paste it into a new folder called class. We're going to call this first person. First person camera. Now, first person camera is going to take no parameters. It's going to create a camera. It's going to have a function, activate. Activate will be worked. So this is going to be a client script. So the client is going to be running this. It won't be a server script. We're going to do client. No. Workspace dot no. First, let's tell the script that it has a camera. Self.camera dot parent equals workspace, self dot workspace dot current camera equals self dot camera. Self dot camera type equals should be scriptable. So that would just be enum.cameratype.scriptable. So we've got the camera type now. The parent doesn't need to be workspace yet. All right, so since we have the camera type set, activate is set, we need some other parameters called, one good one would be pivot. It's going to be a number. And pitch, which is going to be a number as well. The pivot is going to be the direction the camera is facing. The pitch is going to be the angle up and down. 0 is going to be looking straight, the way I envision it, and pivot is just going to be a 360 type of number, so degrees. When we activate it, we're going to want it to update every frame. So, okay, yeah, so trying to think of how this will exactly work. Activate it. It sets the camera. We need an update loop that runs every frame. Let's get run service in here. When we create this class, let's just say run service, render stepped, connect function, create a function called update, and that's what this is going to call, self update. So now when this is, we only want this to run if this is activated. So let's create a parameter call, or a property called self.activated. It's going to be false. And when we activate it, it is now going to be true. We also want to deactivate. And it's going to be self.camera.parent equals, let's do it in this order. Take the current camera from the workspace and just set it to nil, activate it to false, and the parent to nil. And that's what it means to deactivate a camera. So now it should only update if self.activated, then self update. And now we got to define what it does when it updates. It's going to need a root. So I was wrong when I said it didn't need any parameters here. This is where the camera is going to latch onto. So it's going to be a part. Or it could be, it's going to be an attachment. So then we can adjust where the camera easily is within a model. So on update, let's just have a really basic camera functions that we can test out, where we say self dot, oh, I forgot to put self here. And there's some things I need to add up here. But for right now, let's just do self.camera.cframe equals self.root. That's what I need to add. Self.root equals root. Root is an attachment. .root.cframe. So that sets it to the position of the root, but now we want it to be behind, or it doesn't even have to be behind, it just needs to, that's actually fine. Yeah, that's fine. Just get the root.world cframe, not cframe of the root. The world cframe would actually get the position in the world we want. Let's create a little model as our example. So let's build the character actually right now. So I'm going to make a custom character as well. It's going to be a capsule made from multiple blocks. So there is that. Let's move this. Okay, and now let's create another sphere, and this is the capsule. This is what the player will look like. Call this the root, the middle part, root part. And we'll group this together to make player. So this is our player. Let's make sure that they're all anchored to each other so they don't fall apart. To do that, we'll just add some weld constraints. And all the parts that are not the root will be welded to the root. And the root part will not be anchored, or no, the root part, no, that should be right. Yeah, boom. That's our player. We don't want the player to fall over, so we're going to add some other things eventually. Like, our character's kind of small, isn't it? Let's get a avatar as an example. My avatar. That's fine. So this is our custom character. We're just going to resize it so that he's that big. All right. Now here's our character. Goodbye, my model. So that's going to, let's test this. Let's see if it falls over. Oops, what is this? Oh yeah, script we don't need was erroring, so let's delete that. Let's run this again. Okay, yeah. Doesn't fall over, but I bet it would if we rose him up. Now let's test it. Oh, wow. It didn't. How about this high? Wow. It is staying perfectly upright. I don't think that should be that way, but let's see if my player can knock him over. I mean, I should be able to knock it over. There we go. Okay. So we want the player to be able to, you know, not fall. So let's add, what is that? A velocity of a linear, no, angular velocity. What we want is that to be 0, 0, 0, max torque, probably as big as possible. Relative to world, I guess. See if I can knock him over now. Because I set the angular velocity to 0, so that's not good, is it? They used to have a much easier way of doing this with body movers, I think they called it, but they took, oh, it needs an attachment, probably. Let's, oh, I also need to put this within the root part. I'm dumb. And then let's add an attachment to the root. And let's set it to that. Attachment 0 is this attachment. Now let's try it. Thank Rockets. Appreciate that. And Lenore, I'm kind of mid at scripting. No problemo. We all start somewhere. I was pretty bad when I started. Okay, yeah, so it doesn't fall over anymore. That's a good start. Good. I don't want our Roblox characters because that's not cool. Anyway, so we got our player. Let's lower him back to the ground. Let's keep him grounded. Now let's try to set our camera to this player. So in players, there's a property called character auto loads. I don't want our player to load, like the Roblox character. No Roblox character will be loaded in this game. So, ooh, I just thought of a good idea for the development, the unexpected development I want within the game. I might keep that a secret for now. Because that will be for a later time. Let's see. So we've got our player. We've got our class, first person camera. Let's go into starter player scripts. Let's add a local script. First person camera is require game.replicate.storage.class.first person camera. First person camera, local new camera equals first person camera dot new, and it takes, what did I put in there? A root, which is an attachment. Which will just be workspace.player.rootPart.attachment. New camera. Activate. Let's create that type. Okay. Activate. And let's see what happens. I'm not 100% sure what will happen with this. Uh-oh. Singleton meta. Okay. Where is this getting? Singleton meta is not a valid member of folder replicate storage.arcade. Yes, I I understand that. Is that within our, no. Huh, where is this coming from? Local script. What? I thought singleton meta got destroyed before, so I didn't recreate it. But apparently something's trying to call it. Line 3. There is no line 3. What the heck? Oh no. It's Roblox glitching on me. Okay, that's different. I don't like when a different error pops up, changing nothing. Student, oh, duh. Yeah, there is no student here. We want this to be nil. Is that in the template? Oh, it is. Okay, first person camera. Let's try that again. Root part is not a valid member of model. I would beg to disagree, but okay. Oh yeah, this is a local script, so it might not be loaded yet. So let's wait for it then. Local player equals workspace dot player. Wait for child player. Local root equals player wait for child root part. Okay, brute forcing it a little bit here. That definitely, yeah, okay. What? What? Oh, I was like, why does it not exist at all? That's because streaming is enabled. Streaming enabled. That just means usually if you're not close to something, it doesn't load into the game for your client, and it usually lowers memory usage. If you don't load the Roblox character, everything just stays unloaded, since there's no like location of where you are. So I just have to disable that, and I think it should work now. Oh yeah, look at that. So camera is you know, sideways, but it's a great start. All we have to do is take this root part. I'm going to duplicate it first of all and just call it part. And I'm going to take this out, add a weld constraint. Whoops. Paste it into the new part. That's the cylinder. Part 1 is root part. Part 0 is this part. And now I'm going to change root part into a square. And I'm also going to insert a decal so I can tell which face is forward, front face. There we are. So it was sideways. So let's take the root part. There should be a parameter called shape. I'm going to call it, I'm going to set it to block. I'm going to rotate this 90 degrees. And let's see what that does. So now it's upside down. So I just need to, you know, rotate it again 180 degrees, and now it should be set. And now if I turn it this direction, I want to, oh dear, no, that's not what I wanted. Take the root part now. I'm going to change the transparency to 1 so we get this again. And then I'm just going to resize it a little bit. So the root part is inside. And all of this is going to be transparent in the end, but right now, just for being able to see its sake, let's just keep it like this. So now if this was correct, we should be able to, yep, see the spawn like that. Let's now take the attachment and move it up so it's near where the head is. That seems like a good spot. So now let's go see how much taller it seems. Wonderful. This is a good starting point for our camera system. Let's see. Trying to think of how this will work. I'm going to call this camera root. I'm going to have to change that in the script. All right, let's get into the camera first person script and start changing some things. We need to make it so that you can actually move it around. Hello. All right, so this self.pivot is going to be the value that represents the up. No, I want this to be pitch. Is going to be the up and down movement. So we want pitch to move with the mouse delta, which is mouse delta.y. For right now, I'm just going to start printing out the pivot. This mouse delta is how far the mouse moves, but we also need to lock the mouse in position to be able to capture this value. So one thing we got to do is self user input service dot mouse behavior equals enum dot mouse behavior dot lock center is probably the right option here, or is definitely the right option. I don't know if this will set it and keep it like that. However, we will see, I guess. This might lock me out from being able to stop the game, but let me test this out. Does it lock it in the center of the screen? Oh no, I left out something. Let's see what this was. Oh, just a comma. Let's try that again. Okay, it does lock my mouse in place. I am moving my mouse. It is staying right in the smack middle. So I am going to have to, it's not getting the value though. And that's because I am printing out the wrong value. That would do it, wouldn't it? So let's try that again. Yep, so you can tell, look at that. The value is changing as I am moving my mouse up and down. When I'm going up, it's actually lowering the value. And when I go down, it's actually raising the value. So I'm gonna have to switch that up. And I'm also gonna have to cap it. We are going to cap this at, so self.pitch. What do we want? We want a clamp. So math.clamp. We want, one second. All right, so I added values, or I changed it so that when I raise the mouse, the value goes up. I clamped it to -100 to 100, so if the value tries to go above that or below these two values, it will stay within this range. And then we're just going to say 100 is, negative 100 is looking completely down, 100 is looking completely up, 0 is looking straight forward. Now it's time to actually make the pitch happen. So we're setting the C-frame here, which just means it's probably the wrong way to do this. What we're going to want is put it down here. We want to set the C-frame to the root position. So we're going to create a new C-frame. It's going to be cframe.lookAt self dot root dot world position. So we got the world position in there. Let's just say it is looking at, how would we want to do this? Look at self.root.world position plus self.root.cframe.look vector, and then so maybe we just add the pitch value to the y-axis of where it's looking at. So right now it would be looking straight ahead, but we want to add height to that with the pitch. So I am going to try just adding it to where it's looking at. So vector 3.new 0 self.pitch 0. I have no clue how this is going to look. Oh, look at that. It's actually kind of doing it. There is an issue. We definitely need to lower the range of values. So let's just make it 10 and negative 10 and see if it's still looking down or up at that point. Oh yeah, yep. Look at that. Now let's lower the sensitivity by a crazy amount. So 0.01 maybe. This might feel a little fluid. There we go. Yeah, it's still, that's not good. Trying to think of a better way to do this, because this is probably a stupid method how I made the tilt. Well, could do just make it closer. I've done this before. I might have to look back. I don't want to do that though. Let's set the value to -5 to 5 and see what that does. Because right now it's hard to tell, but it just doesn't feel like it gets really fast when you're looking in the middle, and it slows down almost like a 1 and -1 would actually work probably. Let's do that. We don't need full range. Okay. Yeah, it feels a lot better. It's still not perfect at all. But it's definitely better. What is a better way to do this? I feel like rather than, you know, raising it above, there should be a better way. This line here, rather than just increasing the height, you look at it, maybe actually I could use angles. You know what? Let's try something. Let's comment this out. Let's create a new line and try something different because I don't like that way of doing it. We can copy most of it back in here, but rather than doing this, okay. And this works like this. So this would just make it look straightforward. Wait, I'm looking. That's we don't want the camera to look where the root is looking. We want the root to be looking where the camera is looking. That's a little different. Ooh, I have an idea. I'm not sure how much I like it until we try it out. But let's say we take this camera root. Let's add another attachment. You can't make an attachment as an attachment. You can put an attachment below an attachment. Ooh, that could be it. So we could say this is now here's the question. Does it, if I rotate the top one, does it rotate the bottom one? Yes, it does. Perfect. Okay. So this will be the rotation or pivot. And this will be the pitch. Okay. Let's rename some of those things. So in the first person cannot. Is it this one? No. In here, we want pivot pitch. I think that should work for just setting it. Okay, yes. Now, let's take the first one. So we called it, let's call this pivot root and pitch root. So a little bit different here. Seems like I'm going to take most of my time just creating the custom mechanics for the character, which is great. Thank Rockets. I appreciate that. What's up, Queen? I remember you from the Doors stream. I don't know if you're still in the chat, but it takes me a little bit to see the chat when I have to check my phone. Yeah, so this is Lua object-oriented programming. Self.root pivot root. So we're going to change this to pivot root. And we're going to change this. We're going to create a new line called pitch root. Boom. And oh dear. That's not what I was supposed to do. Whatever. Pitch and pivot, and then pitch root and pivot root, which are attachments. There we go. Goodness sakes, this Explorer tab is humongous. Let's lower that. Okay, now with the new parameter or the new properties, let's go create some. We want the self dot pitch root dot C frame, no, orientation. What is it normally? Perfect 0, 0, 0. So vector 3 dot new 0, 0, 0. Also, I need to actually return this in the script. We got pitch and pivot, so there we go. We have the new roots. I think that's the order I had it, pivot and pitch. Yep. So this sets the pitch rotation. We want it to be, I don't know which one I have to change it to, but let's try that and let's see what happens when you do this. Ooh, uh-oh. Attempt to index nil with world position. Oh, yeah, that would happen. What I want is self.camera.cframe equals self.root. Oh dear. Yeah, let's see. Self.camera.cframe equals cframe.lookat self.root. We would want pitch root. Let's try that. Okay, it does move up and down just a tad bit, and it does do it, I guess, correctly on which value it had to be, but now the pitch needs to be able to be bigger. Right now it's only set to 1 and 10, so let's move that up a little bit. And yeah, look at that. It's going up and down and it's smooth, so that's good. I'm not sure how big we need to make these values, but we'll keep on increasing it, and the sensitivity needs to be much larger now. Okay, yeah, that's about right for the pitch. Let's increase it by a little bit more. So I'd say 70. Oh, hello. Thank you, Pyrolight, for subscribing. I forgot I put that little stream alert in there. That's cool. You're the first one to activate that, so thank you. We got negative 75 here. Whoops. And we got 75 here. We got the pitch. We need a little bit more sensitivity. And I think that should do it for the pitch. And now we just need to start doing the pivot. Yeah, look at that. You can look up and down now. And it feels about right for the sensitivity. And there is no decrease in speed when looking in different positions. So delete that first option we created. Now we're going to want to change the self dot. Well, here's the thing. We need to start updating the pivot now. Self dot pivot equals self dot pivot. Yeah, pivot plus self dot. No, mouse delta dot x times self dot sensitivity. So this should increase the mouse should increase the pivot when we move it left and right. Let's make sure in the output that it's doing it correctly. Now if I go left, it's doing negative values, and when I go right, it does positive. Perfect. Now what we want is that if it goes below, what do we want? If it goes under 180, it goes to positive 180. So if self.pitch is less than negative 180, then self.pivot. Oh, I did pitch again. I really need to make sure I don't mess these two values up because they're similar. So then self.pivot equals I guess self.pivot plus 360. Right? Yes. Else, if self.pivot is greater than 180, then self.pivot equals self.pivot minus 360. This is just so that the pivot value doesn't go up into infinity and break the game if someone just were to spin forever and ever and ever and ever. But then it still seems fluid with I believe I might be totally thinking about this wrong, but we will see. That should change the pivot, so all we need to do now is just do what just did I do here? Pivot root dot orientation equals vector3.new self.pivot 0 0. I have no clue if that's going to turn the right way. Probably not. I made another mistake. Where did I do it? What did I do? What is this? How did I add that? Get that out of there. Okay. Moment of truth. It's not turning at all, which is not good, but the values are doing what I wanted it to. Let's see what's happening here. The pitch is still working, of course, but the pivot is not. The orientation. Oh. Wasn't this weird? It is not locking my mouse anymore after I got out of there. The pivot is definitely moving. If I were to change the orientation purposefully, I'm not sure. That might be the up and down. Ooh. Let's try it in a different place. Let's try it here. No, it's just not working, isn't it? Why do I have it? Couldn't I just do it this way? Hold up. Why do I have two roots in the first place? It's definitely not working. Maybe it's truly the wrong place to put it. Oh. Ooh, look at that. Ooh, it's just you can't tell, but I am definitely, when I'm turning left, I'm moving the mouse right. So this feels terrible, but that was what I was looking for. I'm not sure why. Now that I think about it, I'm not sure why I made two roots, but you know what? Why not just use it since I've already created it? I don't want to change that anymore. So I think changing the code to do that should, no, it's just not going to. It's just not going to work. Okay, yep, makes a lot of sense, I guess. Not. Let's Let's change this to a minus sign and comment this line out. Okay, look at that. We can move all around and it feels very fluid. This feels really good actually. The only thing I'm going to change about this system is that right now we're just setting it directly. We're not, it feels very harsh, I guess. What we want to do is add tweens so that it feels a little bit more fluid when moving. To do that, rather than just setting the orientation like this, we're going to create a tween. So we're going to need the tween service from Roblox. Tween service equals game get service. Tween service. Tween service is created. So now let's create a tween in here. Tween service, create tween. We're taking the self dot pitch root and let's give it a basic tween info. And the goal is orientation equals this value. I'm gonna call it target. And we're gonna want to play it. Let's see if that works, first of all. Oh yeah, look at that. It's a little less, ooh, that's not good. Oh no. Oh no. Oh boy, okay. What would the fix to that be? I understand what's going on here. When it changes from negative 180 to 180, rather than, moving a little bit to the right, like here, it thinks it needs to do a complete 180 the other direction to get to that value, which is not true, but I understand why it's doing it. In this case, we'd want, oh dear, what would we want to do? This one's actually going to stump me a little bit. I'm not sure how we're going to tell the system that it doesn't need to turn all the different direction. Huh. Wonder why it does that. Well, what if the pivot starts at 0 and does that? Oh no. Well, I definitely did something wrong. Let's check what I did. Huh. How about this? Local target equals Ooh, I'm not sure. How about self.pitchRoot dot No, I might be stuck. I might actually be stuck here for a little bit. Because the way orientation works might be a little finicky with this system. But why? Alrighty, my voice is back. I'm having an issue with orientation, setting it. For right now, we might just have to manually set it without tweening. There has to be a way to do it, but playing with the orientation is actually probably the thing that's messing it up right now. Not sure exactly why, but it does not like this at all. But I swear I did it this way before. Maybe the pivot isn't shouldn't be changed with orientation, but should be changed through I don't know. The orientation makes the most sense though, because it's like a 360 thing. That's what I want it to do. But if I just, you know what? Why not just rather than changing the pivot through a value that's set, we just update it incrementally. So it would be more like target equals problem is this is the pitch works. The pitch definitely works. So I don't necessarily want to change that too much. What I could change instead of the root, we changed the orientation, not the orientation, but the C-frame of the root part itself. So root part, do I not have? Oh, I don't have the actual root, do I? Well, I kind of need that now. The root part actually should just be the pivot root dot parent. So self dot root equals pivot root dot parent, and root is just going to be a part. Self dot root dot C frame. So let's not tween it right now, but let's just set the C frame of the root. C frame dot look at, or oh shoot. I understand the pitch having to be a value. That's not an incremental value. The pivot though, why does not changing the pivot root for some reason isn't I don't know why. This would help so much if it could just the two roots. Oh dear goodness. Yeah. Oh, I didn't put a comma. I don't know why it has to error on the types if you write that wrong, but yeah, it just doesn't turn. I mean, could you change the orientation of the root part? That is the question. Guess I'm gonna have to try it because I don't really have too many more ideas. Self dot root dot orientation. I don't like changing orientation of parts, but that definitely didn't do anything. For right now, let's just see if it does something. This is definitely not right. Oh, what in the world is going on here? Whoa, look at that, that's really weird. I don't know what's going on there. Oof. I don't even know how that would work. Oh, I kind of do though. Let's delete this. Okay, yeah, that makes more sense. So let's try it here instead. I don't know if this is what I'm looking for or not, but definitely not. I'm making a little Ferris wheel though. Isn't that strange? Wonder why it does that. But it didn't work either way. There's just no way to pivot it, I guess, the way I want to. Because this doesn't do anything. Huh. Shoot. Oh my goodness, it's doing that still again. Oh, but look at that. I can kind of see what the part's doing now. That's definitely not what I was looking for. So let's try it this way. Oh, wow. Okay, it's turning. If you're turning, why is the camera not turning? What is the camera setting to right now? Camera is doing... Oh, just target? Oh. The camera C-frame is set to the pitch root dot world position, which makes sense, but it also needs the pitch root dot C-frame. It needs the world C-frame. Let's try that. Wow, look at that. It's actually doing something. That is what we wanted. Now we just need to, rather than just make it do that crazy like that, we just do self dot pivot. Oh no. No, that is not what we wanted. Pivot delta equals this, and then we're multiplying it by pivot delta times, no, I should already have that, so boom. Maybe. Oh, well, look at that. Now it is turning. It is turning. That looks like it should work. Let's try tweening it now, because it tweens when you look up and down. Let's tween it when it looks left to right. To do that, we need to do a tween with this C-frame. So self.camera, tween service create self.camera tween info.new, make it the same as the other one. C-frame equals whatever this is. Local cam target equals this. Right? I believe so. Or I'm really confusing myself here. Let's try it though. Oh, I didn't play it. Let's try this. Yeah, I'm trying to do first person. The theme, I'm not sure what it means. I'm also just winging it. I think it's mostly just unexpected. Something unexpected has to happen. So I think the ending of my story is going to be a little bit unexpected. I'm not sure how yet. The up and down feels way slower than the left and right now for this system. So I'm gonna have to change that. I could possibly I don't really need this one, do I? I'm just going to do self.pitchRoot .cframe equals or orientation equals target. That should be more what I was expecting for the feel. Yeah, look at that. That's much. Yeah, that feels fluid, and when I move it quickly, it tweens a little bit. It's hard to tell when you're not the one controlling it, but it feels a lot more fluid than it did when I was just setting it directly. And now I can do 360s and have no issues. So really I don't need pivot, the variable pivot. That doesn't need to exist anymore. Pitch does, but not pivot. So I don't think pivot needs to exist. I didn't use it. So I need pivot delta though. So let's just take out pivot for simplicity's sake. Pivot gone. Okay, so this is the code for the updating. Now we just need to make the player move. The player needs to have inside his root part, needs a linear velocity. That it's going to be a little bit more difficult to make this player move right now. It needs to take inputs from the keyboard to do this. You know, I'm thinking about it now. Maybe I should have just used Roblox's characters, so I could actually make the game part a little bit more today. But hey, this is the challenge I started. What's up? I'm seeing things. Welcome back. I am struggling just to make a first-person view right now, but it's finally done. Now I just need to make the character move. So that's the next step. I'm also going to make this transparent now because it's been kind of annoying seeing it. And that didn't do everything. There we go. Our player now is invisible. So now when we play, we shouldn't have anything blocking our view. Perfect. Okay. Now what I need to do is within a server script, See, here's a challenge here. I am going to just say, okay, local player name equals game.player.localplayer dot name. Player is equal to player name. It's going to wait for the child. It's going to find all this information it needs. The player is not going to exist in the workspace. It's going to exist in server storage, server script, game.players.player added connect function player. We're going to create the player. So character equals game.server storage.player clone character.parent equals workspace character dot primary part set network owner right, set network owner, yeah, player. Yeah, boom. And let's see if that works now. Not sure. Oh no. Attempt to indel next nil. That's because player, the model, doesn't have a primary part associated to it. So I'm going to make the primary part the root part. Let's try that again. Nope. Oh, I didn't name it. Right. So within the server script, let's say character.parent or no, .name equals player dash player.name. I should use what is their nickname? I should use user ID instead, so that's what I'm going to do now. Okay, that should fix it. Perfect. So a player gets their character. It gets set that they're the owner of that, the physics part of. Hello, Luff. How's it going? Welcome to the live if you're still in here. So next thing to do is make it so when you move it moves, I guess. Let's get user input service. And now user input service.input began connect function input game processed. If not game processed, then and input dot keycode equals enum dot keycode dot w. Whew. Then no, this is not how we want this to work. We're wanting to see what keys are pressed down every frame, every physics frame. So we would want run service as well. So run service dot heartbeat connect function delta local keys down equals user input service dot is key down w down enum dot keycode dot w w a s d w a s d. Okay, so these are all booleans. It's true if the key is down. Local move vector equals vector3 dot new 0, 0, 0. If w down, then move vector equals move vector plus vector3 dot new 1 0 0 for right now. And we're going to do this for every key. Not sure if the values are going to be exactly correct yet. A down, S down, D down, and then W and A are, or no, W and S are opposites. So reverse, and then reverse. Okay, now we have the move vector. At the bottom here, it should be what we want to move in the direction of. So then we take our player, the root, local move, linear velocity equals root, wait for child, linear velocity. And it is a linear velocity object. We don't need this. Linear velocity dot vector velocity equals move vector. Whew. Let's print out move vector so we can see if it's working, the values at least. So it's 0 0. It's definitely, the numbers are working. Oh, how did it get 2? What? Oh, okay, one of these is wrong. Where is that? Oh yeah, here we go. Whoops. That should fix that issue I saw there, but it's not moving. It might be because the linear velocity isn't strong enough and it doesn't have an attachment. So let's attach it to the pivot, I guess, and do unlimited max force maybe. I don't know. We'll see if that destroys things. I'm not sure. Okay, so, ooh, look at that. It's moving. Okay. So the W and S and the A and D are the opposite. They should be. Move vector equals move vector times 16. So we want the walk, that's the walk speed. I'll change that value later. Or change it so that it's more adaptable. Right now we want these to switch. So if it's over here, it needs to be over here. Okay, let's test that one out. Okay, perfect. This is what we want. The only issue is, so I'm hitting the W key right now, right? If I turn, why does that feel terrible? Oh no. Something's not right here. I believe something happened to, you can't see it, but I think the rotation of the player is moving, which isn't good. Let's see. That's an issue with That is an issue with, where would that be? Oh no, I'm already falling apart. First person camera. Well, self.root.cframe equals cframe.lookAt self.root.position self.root.position plus self.root.look.cframe.look vector vector3.new 0 1 0. I hope that works. Nope, definitely did not. How though? Oh, yeah. Goodness sake. So it is falling over a little bit. Not sure why. I gotta make sure that it's looking upright. How about this? Oh, yes. How am I floating? Huh. I don't, I'm not quite sure why I can do this, but I am floating. You saw me move up to go on top of that block there. And now it's, what game am I making? I am making, well, the theme is unexpected development. I'm going to make a horror game where the outcome is, well, unexpected. Ooh, I just realized I can move faster if I go diagonally. That's a problem. I'm gonna have to unit that. Move vector equals move vector dot unit. There we go. That should fix a diagonal movement. I'm not sure why I float after I... Oh dear, what have I done? How did that break it? What? No way. Is that really what broke it? Okay. How would this break the code? I am not sure. Dot unit is just the normalized vector. I'll be darned. Local move equals move vector dot unit times 16. I don't know, I'll try that. Where am I? Does the player exist? Player exists in the abyss, apparently, when I do this. Let's print Y. Let's look at the move. Oh, ooh, that's not good. Okay. Why would it be nan? Okay, how about, oh, is it because it's 0, 0, 0? Yeah, it is. Okay. Can't do a unit to 0, 0, 0. I should return nil, but no, it returns nan. Okay, so we'd only do this if move vector equals dot magnitude is greater than 0, then else move linear velocity dot vector velocity equals move vector. Okay. There we go. Now we stay on the correct path. Let's look at the player's position. It's 3 studs high. Okay, let's see it move up here. It is still, nope, it's not still 3 studs high. Okay. And you really don't fall, do you? You actually went higher. Oh no. Why? Oh, it's because of the move velocity. That's why it's flying. Okay. So this vector velocity here, since we're setting the y to 0, that just keeps it from moving at all. It locks it into the y position's place. So rather than setting it to 0, it should be whatever the velocity of the part is, which is the root, which we have. So move dot, oh, I should just, ooh, yeah, whatever. Having a little move dot y equals root dot assembly, no, velocity. Is there not a what is root? It's an instance. Well, root should be a part. Root dot velocity, no, assembly linear velocity dot y. Okay. And move vector. Yeah, let's just do this. Actually, no, that's fine. Move vector dot y equals root assembly velocity dot y. I believe that should fix the issue. No, because you can't assign y directly for some reason. Yeah, because that makes a lot of sense. Okay. Local y. Yeah, local gravity equals. I wouldn't call it gravity per se, but whatever. Vector 3 dot new move dot x gravity move dot y. Oh, thank you for the subscription. Subscribing Shadow. Thank you for subscribing, Shadow. I don't have 2 screens set up, so I can't look at the same time as things pop up, but I appreciate that. Welcome to the stream. Thank you, Shadow. I am currently making, yeah, horror game, but we'll see how that works. linear velocity dot vector velocity equals, we want this to change to move vector, no, vector3 dot new move vector. We can, you know what, we can just do zeros here because we know if it gets here the velocity is 0. Oh my, what, we don't need this. Gravity. Okay, let's test this out. Now it should fall. Please, please fall. Oh no, what have I done? It won't move back or forth now. Why? What did I do to change that? I don't know. Something with this apparently. Move dot unit times 16. Let's print move and see what it's setting it to. It goes left and right, but not forward and back. I don't, why? Huh. That's weird. It was moving before. It's definitely printing the right values. Oh. I was putting in the y vector instead of the z vector there. That would do it, wouldn't it? Yes, it would. And if we fall down, yeah, okay, so no. Oh no. We're flying now. Oh no. Yeah, that would happen, wouldn't it? Well then. So if we set it like this, the gravity, if it ever moves upward, it's just going to forever move upward. Oh, is there a, I bet there's a way. This isn't a good way of doing it. No. In the linear velocity, is there an option to, there has to be an option where we can just say we don't want the y vector to change. Is this the plane? No, that's not what I want, is it? It's also force limits. Per axis. Here we go. Okay, so we don't need any of this stupid crap anymore of the gravity, whatever. I hate when things like don't need to be, I didn't need to make it so complicated, but you know, if this works, this will work better now. So we can make it so that it doesn't put any force on the y-axis with that linear velocity. So we'll make it infinite. It really will push on the x and y axis, or the x and z axis, but not, holy moly, how big of a number can I put here? Thank you. We're going to make it infinite, 0, infinite. Let's see how that works. I really do believe this should fall now. Okay, that's so much better. Okay. The only problem is now is that even though I'm still pressing the forward button, I am moving backwards because I turned my camera. We need to make the movement of the character relative to the camera. So let's go do that. Camera. That is actually not the easiest thing to do, is it? We would need the direction of the camera on the x and z axis. We have the camera. Let's get the camera look. New camera. No, that's not. New camera dot c frame dot look vector local xz look camera equals vector3 dot new camera look dot x 0 camera look dot y. Okay. And now instead of doing it like this, we'll take the look. Oh, is this how we want it? We need to multiply. Do we just multiply it by the look, xz look? I'm not sure, but let's just try it. xz look times that. And again, I made the whatever. Ah, dear. Okay. There's a bug that if you try to exit or get out of the mouse latching to the center of the screen, does it work? No, it does not. Oh dear, it's even worse than before. Okay. Yeah, that would happen, wouldn't it? Okay. Yep, that is definitely not the right idea there. So we have the look vector of the camera. We want it to translate into moving that direction. Well, wouldn't we first have to unit it? And then maybe it would man, I'm thinking about this in a oh, I think I got it. Okay. So rather than doing these vectors here, which is on, left, right, up, and down, or left, right, forward, backwards, with no relation to the camera, let's just look at the camera. Yeah. Because the right vector So if we take the look, right? We've got the look here. And then we do camera look dot x, camera look dot z. Let's see if that would change anything. Oh, there we go. That's the forward movement we're expecting. Okay. So what we would want now is to do that for the same thing everywhere else. So the down should be negative camera look x and z. And this one needs the right vector. I don't think we need this anymore. Camera right. So that's A, so this should be I think, or whoops. Right, let's see. So I'm going to try to go left. Oh no, what have I done? Now I go diagonal if I press A. What did I do? Oh, that might be the reason. I was using camera look instead of camera right. Yep, okay. And now let's get the left movement going. Just take out that negative signs, and there we go. I think we should have a moving character now. Well, the W sure works. The S definitely doesn't work. Did I think about this the wrong way? Did I look at this wrong? Oh, I did. Out, boom. Well, look at that. It's working very well. So this is our, it's a little hard to tell, and it is different from the original, you know, the Roblox first person. It's a little bit more fluid. I might need to reduce the I need to reduce the sensitivity of the left to right a little bit. But other than that, that is the system for our character moving. Next up is actually making the horror aspect of the game. And I need to think of a twist. I have a pretty stupid twist in my mind where you have to survive a monster for the night, but then you find out that the monster is like, I have no clue, a stupid twist like it's your dad or something. I don't know. I feel like horror games have done that though too many times where it's something like that. If anyone has any ideas, that would be helpful. But I just need to make a grab system for items. I want to publish this real quick. What's this going to be called? I don't know. Let's just call it a developer challenge for right now, and we can change that later. What in the world? Yeah, there we go. All right. So the movement is there. At least as much as I care about. There we go. That feels a lot better. I am going to start creating the grab system. We also need a house. That could be something due to part. This isn't going to be too good, but let's make it 50 by 50 room. Let's give it a texture. Let's give it wood planks. Brown. So I'm just going to make a room real quick for the player to spawn in. Since we don't have that much time, the play space is going to be quite small for this horror game. It's probably going to be one of your typical survive the nights, but with a twist. Unexpected development, so they say. Some would say. Let's just make this wood. Let's make it darker wood on the edges. A little bit more red tone. There we go. Now we're going to extend this up. $12 seems like a good number. I want to do a lot with the, the visuals, or the lighting, I should say. I want the lighting to be something I want the mood to be set. So this is the room. I'm going to change the walls a little bit to be a different color than the base. That's fine. Let's put the player wherever he is in there. Where did we put the player? Oh, I forgot. The player is in. I might just make this a solo player game, just for simplicity's sake, for the game jam. I've already spent a lot of time on the first person experience. This is our player. He is in here now. I'm going to put him back into replicated, a replicated storage? No, server storage. Oh yeah, let's anchor all this. Let's press play. See what we have so far. Okay, room, yes, and I can't leave room, can I? I can leave room. That's not good. Oh dear. I think I put so much force into the player that it can just walk up walls now. That's not good. Let's change that a little bit. At least the player doesn't like explode or anything. Player. We have the linear velocity. We have it set to infinity amount of axis force on the edges. Let's make that 100,000. Let's reduce that by a lot. Hopefully he'll still be able to move. Yep, okay. And can you walk up walls? No, you can't. Okay, perfect. We got our little play space. We could make this larger. For right now, we're just going to have to work with this space, I think. Let's make a ceiling, because you need a ceiling in a house. Players won't be able to look outside, so this might just be good enough. We need a light, as we can see. We can't see. So let's make a sphere right now, and let's just create a generic glowing orb, and we can work on the actual light part of it, like looking like a light later. Make it a point light. Let's put it inside. Let's make the range way larger, like 40. Shadows on, brightness 3. Yeah, that looks about right. Let's just make transparency 0.5. Let's make the thing smaller and call that good for a light. Look at that thing. Okay. I think that gets the vibe a little bit better. Oh, the light fell down, but that's fine. I just realized that we did not use delta time for the camera because I felt a little bit of lag and it felt really laggy, so that's not good. Let's go into the first person camera again and set the update. We need delta time, which is a number. I'm going to multiply this by delta time. And this also needs to be multiplied by delta time. We need a clamp on delta time. I'm not sure what the clamp should be because we don't want it to just spike. If there's a random lag spike, we don't want it just to completely crash. Delta time equals math.clamp delta time. Minimum is 1 divided by 60. Yikes, that's not delta time. The max number delta time should be is maybe just 1 divided by 10. How about that? Boom. Did that work? No, it didn't. Uh-oh. Delta time not being passed. Max must be greater than or equal to the min. Okay, yeah. The min, what is min? 1 divided by 60, usually. Look at that. Oh, right. I forgot to do delta time equals delta time. No. What did I do? I need to times this by 60. And I need to multiply the other one by 60 for each frame. Okay, that feels a lot more fluid when lag spikes. I need to make sure the light doesn't just fall for testing purposes. Anchored. Okay. So we need a gameplay loop, or at least just a we don't need a loop, but gameplay. What makes the game fun? Well, you're surviving. What are you surviving from? You're surviving from a monster. How are you surviving from it? There's going to be windows. There's going to be a light. The monster is trying to come in, trying to get you. And there's going to be a door. There's going to be windows. I can already see it. There's going to be a light. He's going to try to get through any way possible. It's going to be an electric monster that can go through the electricity. So if the light turns off, you got to make sure and check that there's no monster hiding up on the ceiling. And if you shine it with your flashlight, it will run away if it doesn't attack you before that. It will try to get through the window. Again, you got to do a flashlight. And the door, it will try to come through the door, and you also got to the flashlight's going to be your main weapon. I'm not exactly sure how I'm going to, like, the logic behind it doesn't make too much sense. Why a flashlight would be able to keep a monster away. I want different tactics for the different ways it tries to get in, and you have to listen. So it's going to be more of a listening type of game. And different difficulties for how aggressive it is. So first, let's make a window. I think that's the door, window. Let's make the room real quick a little bit more like a room, or a building, I should say. So let's oops. This is the door, or like where the door will be. So, oh dear, I don't know how I got here. Where's, oh yeah, I kind of want the player again, but I'm just going to create a copy of the player and put into the workspace. Yikes. Okay. Copy, paste. There we go. Let's make this one visible so I can just visually see it. And we need to just make it just big enough for the player to get through the door. So that's why I'm getting the player out. This can be a little bit, oops, less wide. That should work. Duplicate this, put that there. Here's our door. Kind of seems like a really large door, not exactly sure on the size here, but we're going to go with it for right now. We're going to put a door handle. That popped up. Make a cylinder. Make it extend on both sides so we see the door handle. Really simple, stupid door handle. Most people will just make it on the right side for this door from the inside. All right. Let's just for right now anchor the doorknob because it wasn't before, and let's just look at how it views from the player's perspective. Does it yeah, it looks like the right size. I guess it looks a little bit less large in the first person view. There's a crack here. That's not good. Is there a crack on the other side? There's no crack. What? Aren't they the same size? 21, 12, 21, yes, they are the same size. One side is bigger than the other? Or what? Huh. Oh, yeah, that would do it. Okay. That's not good. What? Okay. That's fine. Not going to be a perfect square. It's going to be one off, but whatever. Two off. That's fine. Seriously, there's no crack on that side. Oh my goodness. Well, it should be able to do this. I don't know what I'm thinking here, but let's try this. Let's move this. One. Dupe. Okay, there we, goodness sakes. See, I'm not a good builder, but we're just gonna deal with it. Boom, we've got a door. Doesn't look quite like a door yet. Let's make the door frame. I want this to be a little bit smaller. There we go. Door frame. Can make it a little bit lighter color as well. Don't want the assistant. Perfect. That's looking a little bit better. So we can look at this from the player's perspective. Yep, okay. So I could just definitely see I'm not necessarily sure if I want the monster to be able to come through the door. The only thing I can think of is that the player won't go outside until the monster is gone. Oh wait, what about this? I was just thinking, what would make the user have to, the player to have to go outside? But there's not enough time to do anything outside of this room, I don't think. Let's make a window. Make the transparency 0.5, make the material glass. Let's make the transparency 0.7. Give it some color. Blue. No, a little bit less color. A little cyan. There we go. Needs a window frame for it. So we'll just kind of do something similar to the door. Make the color a little bit darker. Windows usually have a little bit of a perch for some reason. I think it doesn't look good, but it is what it is. Okay, so I can gameplay. Monsters trying to get in. Doors locked. Window. I could see it trying to get through. If the monster, there should be curtains, so if the monster is trying to get in, you can hear it, and then you have to open the curtains, flash it with the flashlight, close the curtains. If you keep the curtains open, he'll just break in automatically and seeing you. I'm not sure why the curtain saves you from anything. That wouldn't make sense. A lot of things don't have to make sense though, because there's a lot of games that do things that, if you think about it in the real world, wouldn't make sense. One example is the Roblox game The Intruder. It's like, okay, if the intruder comes into the house, why would he leave if he can't find you and just try to come back in? Like, because like if you evade the intruder in the game, he resets back to being outside. That doesn't make any sense, but it's what happens. So I think we can get away with a lot here. This is a game jam. Not that I'm trying to get away with anything, but this window needs to be a little bit lower down. Probably just extend the window itself. Let's see what the window looks like to a player. All right, you can look outside the window, which is perfect. It's a bit big for a window, but you know what? It's fine. It's perfectly fine. Let's the door, window, light. There needs to be more things to do. Not cameras. I don't want cameras. I want you to be able to listen to the monster. But what would that be? Oh, what's up, Casey? I'm not really sure what the theme exactly means. I'm just taking it as, you know, unexpected development. It could be in a story wise. Oh, wow, that's, plot twist. Ooh, or it could be, um, oh, that was not like a plot twist, but the game itself was unexpected. Like, that's not what I thought I was getting into. Or that surprised me. You could look at the word development and be like, oh, does that mean something unexpected with how you develop the game rather than, the gameplay experience itself? I'm going with the storyline plot twist. Everyone's probably going to do that same idea where something unexpected within the story of the game or the outcome of the game changes and you're like, oh, plot twist. But I think there might be more unique ways of implementing that idea that maybe Roblox is hoping for, but you know, I don't know. I'm just trying to make a game, and I'm just trying to think now of other things to do. Maybe there should be multiple monsters rather than just one. Rather than just one trying to break through the window, trying to get through the lights, maybe there should be multiple monsters and you have to deal with them at the same time. One of them's trying to break the door down, one of them's trying to get through the window, one of them's trying to get through the electrical system because it's an electrical monster. There should be a breaker box. The light should go out and make it really hard to see, which should make all of the monsters more aggressive. I just walk around when I'm thinking in Roblox. The door, should it be able to open other than the monsters breaking in? Why would you need to open this? Why would you want it open if monsters are outside? No, that will just be used for creepy factor if the monsters somehow get in. Ooh, I have a good idea. Ooh, that could be it. Okay, I just thought of a good development twist and how the door would be used for that case. Oh, yikes, Casey. Yeah, some devs can be lazy, can't they? It's really hard to get a good team. That's why I'm mostly doing it I am doing it solo. That sucks that they left everything for you, though. But let's see. So window needs curtain. Door. What does door need? Door needs to be repaired somehow. Reinforced, maybe? Maybe. Curtain, breaker box. If monster does get in, can you do anything? I don't know. I don't want to, you know, you would think there'd be a bed in here, but I'm not sure if I want a bed in here or not. Because I'm not going to make it so that you can hide from anything. Nothing should get in. If something's in, you should die. A light switch would... why would you need a light switch for this game? I'm not... Oh, yeah. So if the monster doesn't think you're in here, you turn off the lights, you close the curtains. That monster doesn't get affected by light. Gotta hide. The breaker box, you need the light on for something though, and I would say I'm not sure. I'm gonna have to think about that a little bit more. I think the first thing I need to do is I do want a curtain here no matter what. I want a breaker box no matter what. I'm still thinking about the door, if I want it to actually open or be like a part of the integral part of the game. Feels like it should be. But then again, I don't want the monsters to be able to break through the door easily. If you have to worry about other aspects of the game. What else can we add here? There has to be something else. There has to be an objective. Is it just survive, or is there an activity you have to finish before the night ends? Not sure. I will continue to think about that as I make the curtain, because I know I want a curtain to close and open. So to do this, I'm just going to make a little rail with a really rudimentary curtain. This is going to be metal. I also want a grab system, but I don't know if I have enough time for a grab system. I'm not sure. Because I don't have too much of tomorrow to be able... Oh, not diamond play, I want metal. I don't have too much of tomorrow where I can work on this, to be honest. This needs to be fabric. I want it to be blue. So that's the curtain, and I want it to close. So what I'm going to do is say, well, first I need to get some of these parts grouped together so I can actually access some of the right parts I want. Let's group this together right now. So this is the curtain, just these three parts. So let's group them together. Curtain. This is left. And this is right from looking at it. We want a left open or closed. And a right closed. Okay, it should be the same size now. Yep, okay. So the closed ones are going to be transparent. They're going to be anchored. And they're going to be non-collidable. They're just there for positioning reasons. Can't collide, turned off. Okay. And now I want left closed, or left open, which is just where they are right now. And can't see it. And right open. Can't see it, can't collide with it. Okay. Perfect. Let's create a proximity prompt. Call it. It doesn't need to activate, I guess, just generic. Its action text is going to be close at first, and the object text is going to be curtain. I don't know if you spell curtain that way, but whatever. Let's see if that pops up first of all. No, it does not. Let's put that in. Let's add probably because this doesn't have a primary part. Let's add a part called sensor. Oops, I don't want that one to. Okay, this one's called sensor. It's going to be inside sensor. Let's try that. No, it still doesn't pop up. So let's add an attachment. Put it inside attachment, and the attachment needs to move to the forward a little bit. Okay. It's still not popping up. Why is it not popping? Oh, I think I know why. So here's an issue. I'm guessing if I were to increase this to 1,000, it would work, wouldn't it? Yeah. Huh. It's acting really weird, but it does pop up. Let's turn off requires line of sight. Does that still glitch out like that? No. Okay. So yeah, we're just gonna have to keep in. I think it's the problem is with the custom camera or the custom first person. I'm not sure why, 100% why, but it does seem to be the issue. So we're gonna have to create some special proximity prompts. This is going to be a solo player game, most likely. I don't have enough time to make it multiplayer. Game jam stuff, I guess, but let's just do activate insert object script. No, I'm going to set this max activation distance to 0, And in the local script is where I'm going to call this. Okay. I'm going to create a new local script. Maybe not. Here's the thing I can do. Let's go into the proximity prompt and give it a tag and call it prompt. Let's make it capitalized. Let's go to our already created local script and let's import or require the service collection service. Collection service get tags, get all tags, get tagged. There we go. Prompt. Run service dot heartbeat connect. I know I already have one, but it's going to create another one. For I v in prompts do in I pairs. So this is going to be very stupid, but basically, since I'm doing a custom camera and prompts just break with custom cameras that are not if they're done in this way, they just break. So I'm going to force it to work by setting the max distance to a very big number if I'm close enough. Root.position minus v dot parent dot world position, world C frame. And that's going to be a magnitude, but there we go. Displacement, local distance equals displacement dot magnitude. That's the distance away from the prompts, and if distance is less than, say, 6, then v dot what's v? Proximity prompt dot max activation distance equals 1,000. How about that? How about 100? Else prompt dot max equals 0. Okay. Oh, it works. Just had to brute force it to work, but alas, it did work. So this needs to be 8. That probably would work better. Hello, Rob Seth. How's it going? Welcome. Don't know if you're still in chat. It takes me a while to read chat because I'm using my phone to do that while I'm coding here on my laptop. Yeah, so the current the prompt works, so we can close it, or we can't, but we can try. Let's make the prompt. The prompt's functionality is going to be within the curtain, or yeah, within the activation of the curtain. So activate, insert script or local script. Let's make sure it will run local prompt equals script.parent prompt.triggered connect function print I was activated. Okay, now let's see if it will print that. It will not, because it's a local script, and local scripts do not run. Local scripts don't run in the workspace automatically for some reason. So what I should do instead is make it a module script. We're going to do module activate. Oops, make it a function. And then do script.parent.triggered connect function. Print I was activated. Yeah, that should work. Okay. I'm just going to call it module script, or how about this? Module. Simplify it a little bit. Let's go back to the local script. Within the loop that we take all the proximity prompts, let's do local module equals require, or it equals the prompt dot module to require it, and then module activate. Use a period to call that one. Module, yep. I was activated. Let's see if that does anything. Oh dear, look at that. It's like activating like 1,000,000 times per second. I wonder why. That is weird. Oh, yeah, that would do it. Okay. We're calling this every second. That's not good. Well, that should do that. Nope, not any better. Is it because, yep, I'm still activating it within here. Okay, there we go. That should work. Where was I printing what? I don't want that. There we are. There we go. Okay. Let's go into the curtain, have an attribute called open, or is open. Make it a Boolean. It is not open initially, so we're going to leave that unchecked. Module local left equals script dot parent dot parent dot parent dot left. No, dot left. No. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4 left. There we go. Left open. There we go. And now we get the right side of the curtain. And now we have that. Let's print out if we're activating or not. Let's also get the prompt here. Change this to our prompt variable. Our prompt, the curtain, is equal to script dot parent dot parent dot parent dot parent. Yep, curtain. If no curtain set attribute is open to not curtain get attribute is open. Okay, that changes, that flips the is open. So now print is open curtain get attribute is open. Okay, so we're going to test this, make sure that the attribute is changing. That's not good. Right closed is not, yes. I did not name that. Okay. Opens true, false, true, false, true, false, true, false, true, false, true, false. Wait a second. It is open, so it should start. It is supposed to be checked. Goodness sakes. I'm thinking the opposite right now. So now we're just going to tween the open and closed depending on if it is open or closed. Is open equals curtain get attribute is open. Hello to everyone watching. Just getting a little shout out. I'm here deep coding quickly as possible, but just wanted to say thanks for everyone that's on the stream right now. Anyway, is open. If is open, then we want to close it, right? Yes. No, we already switched it, so this is, we want to open it. So to open it, we need left to go into the position of left open. So left, we need tween service. Tween service, create left tween info dot new 0.25. The goal is cframe equals left open dot cframe, and we're going to play it. We're going to do that with all the others, or with the other, with the right. Okay, now let's do an else. So that's if it's closed. We do left closed and right closed. that should trigger. So let's test it out. Hey yo, Casey and Bone still in the chat. Let's go. Yeah, so let's test this out. Oh dear, that's not good. So the C-frame definitely was changed, but the size of the parts were not changed. I forgot about that. So we need size to equal left open dot size. Yeah. This is exactly what we want. And we want left closed here. And right closed. Okay, so now we're tweening both the position of the part and the size of the part. So let's close it. Let's open it. Well, look at that. Curtains closing and opening. And that's probably as fancy as we're going to get right now, because functionality beats aesthetics right now. So we've got a curtain that closes and opens. Wonderful. And we are able to read if it's closed or open, which is what we want. The only thing is that we're going to want to replicate the info to the server, because right now the client is just changing these things and the server doesn't see these changes at all. The server would see the window as still open, and the attribute would still be it is open. So when I close it or open, I need to send a signal to the server and say, hey, I closed it, hey, I opened it, change the values to represent what I changed. And we're going to believe the client. The client would be able to hack and open and close it from super far away. Now, the only reason I'm like trying to send the info to the server to handle, rather than just let the client completely handle it, it's not because I am trying to keep hackers away. I could not care less if you hack in a single player game. Could not care less. The reasoning behind it is that I don't want a hacker to be able to just copy and paste this game. And so you got to hide some info on the server. And one of these things is going to be the monsters. The monsters are going to be controlled completely by the server. So I need the client to be able to tell the server, is the curtain closed? Is it open? Because that's going to be important if the monster can kill you or not. And if I keep that stuff on the server, then if someone tried to copy the game, they'd have only half the game. They'd be able to close and open a curtain, but that's basically it. And they'd have the first person camera, but you know, that's not a game. You need the functionality. The actual game is going to be on the server. To be honest, this game jam I wouldn't care too much. I'm probably going to make this on copy locked later, but it's just good programming practice, I guess. So we got a curtain. We've got a door that doesn't do anything. We need a breaker box. Breaker box is going to be very simple. It's just going to be, oh, lights turned off, got to switch to switch, and then you go over here, hold the trigger for a little bit, and the power comes back on. It's going to be very simple. Nothing too hard to do. We're just going to be a little simple switch. It'll take like 5 seconds to switch them all back on or get it back on. I don't know, just gameplay mechanics there. But that should be pretty simple. That's actually probably more simple than this curtain. And if that turns off, I need the light to also turn off. Now, one thing I need to know or think about is I want the breaker box would indicate that we want the lights on, but I was thinking we could also have a mechanic where we want the lights off, like a certain monster is like attracted to the light. So you gotta close the curtain and turn off the light. And those two monsters that require light and don't require, or you know, the monster that's attracted to light and the monster that's attracted to darkness would not try to attack you at the same time, and would have a little cooldown in between. You just have to listen to who's outside and know. A little bit of, I want a monster to come through the electrical system as well. But I guess that wouldn't be able to happen if the electricity was off. Whew, maybe I'm making this a little bit more intricate than it needs to be, but I want this to be fun. I want it to be exciting. I want the player to have to listen to the monsters. I'm not hiring at the, or I'm not for hire at the moment, but that might change eventually. Roblox, 1 second. Thought Roblox bought Snaps. Oh yeah, they did partner with them. It definitely doesn't work as well as they wish it does for the hackers, but it definitely does stop a lot of them. It does break a lot of the unupdated hacking programs out there, but the ones that get updated every day by people that just hate Roblox, yeah, those are still up and running, but those are mostly just client hacks. You can't really, as long as you code your game correctly, you can limit how much damage a hacker can do. The worst thing a hacker can do is influence the gameplay of someone else. And so if you, who cares what they do to their own gameplay experience as long as you make it that they can't affect other people's. Sometimes that can be really hard with multiplayers. Like I had a hard time with the game Piggy because the one person would always fly away and Piggy couldn't kill that person, but whatever. Lights, why not just make a light switch? I don't know. I feel like I want that to be a feature. Let's make it a feature. Let's make a light switch. I also want to grab mechanic. I might try to finish the grab mechanic before today ends. That might be a little hard to do because grabbing items is a little bit more difficult than I wish it was, but it is going to be a very stupid light switch, but I don't know. We're going to be working with it here. So it's going to be just needs to be rotated. So I'm going to do something similar with it looks actually decent. That's a little too long. It's a little too short. How about right in between? That looks about right. Let's make this a little bit darker color. There we go. Very simple light switch. Got to anchor these parts here. We're going to do something similar to the curtain where we're going to, first of all, call this light switch. Then we're going to give it an attribute called isOn. No, that's a tag. Don't do that. isOn. It's going to be a Boolean. And it's also going to have a tag called light switch. It's going to be already on. And the similar thing to the curtain is we're going to create 3 different positions for, well, we just want it on and off. We don't need that in between one, do we? Delete. Okay, so that's going to be the on. Goodness sakes. Okay, that works. No. I guess. No. This is fine. This works. So that's going to be, this is going to be the on. So let's call this on. This is going to be the off. Let's call this off. And then the on is what it's going to be first. So we'll clone on and call it switch, and we'll make on and off transparent, non-collidable, and that should do it for the light switch there. We want to add another module, just like we did. Oh, we also need all this stuff, so this should be fine right here. So we have another activate, and we have an attachment, but that attachment is in a terrible place. So let's move this attachment to right there. We're going to call it turn off. Oh, I also forgot to do something with the curtain. I'll get to that in a second. And the module is going to be quite different, so we're just going to delete all this we have here. This is going to be switch now, and most of this is going to be different, so let's just do that. Okay, with that, this is the module script for the curtain. If it is open, we need to change the prompt to show that. So yeah, I'm not going to do an all-nighter. I have something important tomorrow. It was actually a very unfortunate time period that this competition was for my schedule. But so if I close this curtain, it still says, do you want to close it rather than open? So let's change the prompt so that it actually represents if it's closed or open. So if it's open, we want the prompt dot action text to be close, and if it's the other way, it wants to be open. Let's test that and make sure that that works. Close, open. Okay, I don't know if I'm back or not. I had moved my laptop because some of my roommates came back in and they're playing poker. So it's kind of loud in the room that I was in. Yeah, it's not. I did not find an ideal place to stream this, and this is normally why I don't record while I'm at college at all. It's because there's no place to record here. One time I tried recording in the chorus practice rooms, but they kicked me out. So I literally have no place to record other than my room. And I'm trying to be as, nice to my roommate as possible. He deserves the room too. So we'll be working with what we got. This room might be a little bit noisy too because we got a fan in here going. And anyway. And pardon if you hear any language from my roommates, that's my bad, but I can't control what gets heard on this microphone half the time. So, yes. So, what do we need to do now? We need to, light switch. Light switch. So, we got the module working, I believe. Or no, not for the... We got the module working for the curtain. Now we need to do it for the light switch. So let's create some variables. This is going to be switch on script dot parent dot parent dot parent dot parent dot on local switch off equals script dot parent dot parent dot parent dot parent dot off, and local switch equals script dot parent dot parent dot parent dot parent dot switch. Okay, so we're going to do the same thing as the other one where we just switch it on and off and do this basically the same thing here. So I'm going to copy and paste this all. Badoop. And it's going to be not is open, but oh, I made the switch variable twice. Switch stick? I don't know. I don't know what you call the switch, the thing that actually moves up and down on a light switch, but whatever. Switch get attribute is on. We're going to do that here as well. Sorry, I'm typing with one hand right now. I'm trying to figure out where I should put my microphone in the new place I'm currently sitting at. Is open should be is on. And this should be switch. This should be is on. Perfect. Okay. Switch. No, we need to switch stick. So we're tweening the switch stick. And we only need one tween. And it just needs to be C-frame. C-frame equals switch. This needs to be is on. So this needs to switch to is on. If it's on, the C-frame needs to be the same thing as switch on dot C-frame. So this is what we're looking for here. And we're going to paste that down here as well. Now this needs to be switch off. Switch stick. It sounds silly saying that. Oh, this needs to be off. Turn off is probably a better. And turn on. Excuse me. And then let's go into the proximity prompt on the right and actually call it. Oh, the action text is turn off. Perfect. I already did that. Let's see if this works. I don't know if it will. There's usually always an error. Turn off. I don't like the location of that proximity prompt because it blocks you from being able to see is a switch on or off. But, oh, you can see it working. Cool. Still says it's a curtain, so I need to change the object text in the proximity prompt. It is a light switch. Now, do you capitalize? Is light switch one word or two words? That is the question. I never thought about that. I'm going to call it two words. Hopefully no one is mad at me for that. We're going to move the attachment above the light switch so we can actually see the switch. Give me 1 second. There we go. Turn off, turn on. It could be a little bit higher, but you know what? That's fine. Let me look at chat real quick. Hopefully it's stream's still moving on. Alrighty. Perfecto. So the light switch is on and off. It doesn't actually turn off the lights. That's actually going to be something the lights listen for. So inside the light, which is this part, I'm actually going to put this script inside the point light. Ooh, how about this? So inside the point light, I'm going to insert an object value, and it's going to be called switch. It's going to equal the object, the switch or the light switch it requires. What? Why does it say off? Shouldn't be. No. Should be on. Or no. And okay, the object value is not taking the model itself, which is what I wanted. So I just manually set it there. Light switch turns off and on. I'm going to have the light listen to the attribute change, and when it changes on the light switch, it's just going to change to whatever it changed to with the lights over here. So every light that needs a switch. Ooh, this is a good idea. I'm not going to put the tag on the light itself. I'm going to add the tag to this, the object value. So switch listen. Listener sounds like a good idea. Switch listener. I'm actually going to paste that name into here as well. Boom. So we get a switch listener. We're just going to assume that if there is a thing with the tag a switch listener, it's going to be an object value, and it's going to be pointing to a switch, and it's also going to be the child of the light that needs to be switched on and off. Hopefully we don't need more than one light inside a certain light. Or, you know, like multiple point lights in one place. I don't think you would ever need that. But alas, that could be a problem. But right now, let's just ignore that. I'm going to go, so this is going to be another thing within, right now, this is crazy. So there's going to be it's going to be a really long local script if I continue coding like this. The only reason I'm coding like this is because I am little on time. However, I would normally be putting all this into a class and organizing the code a lot better. I think I'm going to refactor later, but right now, functionality over beauty. So I created the object-oriented system, but that might be more for the server. The client might just be a very long local script until it just works. Okay, so I am going to copy this, and I am going to paste it down here. We're not taking prompt, we are taking what are we taking? Oh no, no, no. Whatever we put on the light. What did we put for the light? We put switch listener. Can I copy and paste this? No, I can't. Okay, whatever. I can write this. Switch listener. Okay. Now we get all the switch listeners. And yeah, we'll just change this loop to actually take these things. So it's an object value. And we don't need a module here. All we need is listener. Dot. Now let's get the switch first. Local switch, which is a model, is equal to listener dot value. That's not how you write switch. Boop. There we go. Switch get attribute change signal is on. We're going to connect to it. Function. Doop, doop. Print changed. For right now, let's just do that. Let's see if this errors. Hopefully not. So once I hit the light switch, hopefully it will say it changed. Ooh, look at that. It did. And now let's actually make the functionality. The local light is equal to listener.parent. And this is going to, let's just make it a point light for right now, like the type point light, because that's what we're working with right now. Point light or light dot enabled. Most lights have the enabled property, so it doesn't have to be a point light. It could be a surface light, could be whatever. This will be a little bit, yeah. We'll just keep it like this. Is equal to switch get attribute is on. So let's see if this works or not. You know, if it works, it should just turn off the lights. Ooh, look at that. Lights turned off. Turn it back on. Wow. So we got the lights turning off and on. Yep. You can't break it by pressing it as fast as possible, which is always a test you should do. Can you break it? That is the question. No, you can't. So that means it works. So we got the light switch working and the light. Now we just also need the breaker, because if the breaker's off, it doesn't matter if the light switch is on or off, it should stay off. So we need a little bit of an extra step there to see, like, if the light switch is on and breaker is on, or I guess it should be, yeah, so if the breaker's off, that just trumps everything. It turns the light off. But if the breaker's on, the light switch also needs to be on for it to turn on. That's logic we'll create after we create the breaker. I'm not sure if I should create the breaker or if I should create the grab mechanic right now. I kind of want to create the grab mechanic because that's going to be a big mechanic and important, and it's going to take some time. But the breaker would be easier, quicker, get something done, another thing. The only thing is I don't have the mechanic of breaking the breaker or like turning it off automatically. I could manually do that though, so maybe, not sure. Very hard thought here. Okay. Let's see if I could make a breaker quick or not. I don't know. I'm just thinking I want a light. What's a horror game without a light flashlight? And I want flashlight to be able to scare away a monster. I want it to be the one that pops up on the ceiling through the light bulb if it gets into the room. And you have like 5 seconds to scare it away. I think. I'm really not sure how the mechanics are going to work, but yeah, that makes sense. If he comes into the room through the light bulb and the light bulb turns off while he's there, maybe it's like is the breaker off, or is the monster like sucking all the electricity? He's like up there, you know, and you have to flash him with the flashlight. He doesn't like light. And then if you flash him with the flashlight, he goes back into the electrical system and leaves. Turning off the light will keep him from getting in, but it will also make some of the other monsters more aggressive. There needs to be a monster that you do need to turn off the light here. Oh, how about this? He could still get in through the electrical system. However, if you have the lights off, you can't tell if he's in the room or not without checking every 5 seconds. Like, because if the light's on and he comes in, the light's going to turn off automatically. And then you gotta check. But if the lights are already off, how are you supposed to tell? That's the exact. You don't want the lights off. You want to always know if he's in the room or not. There's going to be a monster that comes here. You gotta close the curtains, turn off the lights. That will make you turn off the lights and make it a stressful situation with the monster above. Then you would just constantly scan the light, but you also need to scan something else, because if you could just stare at the light and, you know, make sure that the monster doesn't come through in there. There needs to be another thing to worry about. One of them is the breaker, because you want the lights to turn back on. Oh. But why would you want the lights back on? Why would you want the lights on ever? Oh yeah, because you want to see if he comes in through the lights. So the question then would be, what else could you have to scan that keeps your attention away from the light if the curtain is closed? There needs to be something else to do. Either an objective to finish the night, or another obstacle like the window, where you gotta make sure that you can't just have the curtain closed, because if you just have it closed all the time, that would be bad. So what if there's a monster that, if it gets 2 different monsters, one that needs the curtain open, one that needs the curtain closed, you need to listen to that, know which monster it is. I don't know. I think there should be 3 different monsters at least. It would be pretty easy if all of them just had one functionality, and then you just make sure that they go at the correct times of trying to attack and stuff. Having one monster do everything might be a little bit more complicated, actually, because well, actually, would it? That might actually be simpler, but I digress. That doesn't matter at the moment. I'm ranting now, but I'm just in a place where I'm not sure what the next step is, and it kind of depends on where I want this game direction to go. Door, window, house. I'm thinking of a house. The door could be another thing. Ooh, that definitely could be it. A monster that just tries to break through the door and you got to repair it, and it takes time to repair, keeping your eye away from the light. Whoa, my mouse just fell. That could be it. I don't like necessarily the idea of having to I don't know how you'd patch the door up. I could see boarding it, and then the boards like get damaged as the monster's trying to get in, and you got to put more boards on. I'm not sure how that would work necessarily. Where are you getting this wood from? Maybe that part doesn't matter. Maybe that's part of the game mechanics, that just you have unlimited amount of wood to board up the door. Ooh, I have a good idea. Let's try to market this game as a very friendly game. Not horror, not whatever. So then when you come into the game, you're not expecting for it to be a horror game. That would be the unexpected development part. You would be like, oh, cool, it's just a little mini game. The mini game, I'm not sure what it would be. Could be like a partial horror game, survival / story game. I think a game like that would be the Prince in Yellow game. I can't remember what that one was called. But that was a popular game not that long ago. Man, it's hard thinking of ideas sometimes. Have a lot already made though. Just need to make some more mechanics. Then the monsters can be created. We want a flashlight, maybe some other things to grab. Otherwise, why would I need a grab mechanic? I just would need a flashlight in my hand the whole time. Otherwise, what else would I hold? The board to board up the door? No, that doesn't make sense. Whatever objective I need to do to finish the night. And what would that be? Books. I mean, we could make just place looks a little bit better just with decorations, but I'd rather add the functionality parts first. Definitely have to do something with the door. The light switch needs to be turned off. Yeah, that's the curtain monster. Close curtain, turn off light. But you got to keep the curtain open because you need to know when the monster comes, because the monster will appear at the curtain even if it's closed if the lights are on. That makes you want to keep it open. Light monster will come through the light, turn off the light. That actually makes a lot of sense. And then one other thing. The door. The door makes the most sense. I can't think of anything else other than another window, which would be terrible. You know, we could have multiple windows. That's actually a thing. The one monster would go for the windows. The light monster would go for the light. And the door monster goes for the door. The door just seems so stupid because if there's a window, why would they be trying to come through the door? But I guess that's something you don't need to worry about, I guess, in the game. Shouldn't have to. For the aspect of it being a friendly game at first, maybe at first the gameplay is just, you know, watering the plant. Close the shades, it's nighttime, you know. It's just it's daytime when you first play the game and it looks all friendly, and you're just doing little stupid tasks like closing the curtains. It would do all the mechanics for that's actually a great idea. So like one task would be close the curtains. It would show you how to close the curtains. One thing would be turn off the lights. So then you would be able to turn off the lights. And then the last one would be like, okay, now last thing to do before the night starts is board up the door. And you're just like, what? Why would you have to board up the door? What? And then you go to sleep, and then you wake up to banging to the door, and then the night starts, and then you have to survive the 3 monsters trying to get you because, you know, gameplay mechanics. But, you know, at first it just seems super friendly. That's what I'm going to go with. That is the plan. I'm going to make that my game plan unless something drastically changes in my mind. I think that's a good idea. So I would need a bed. I do need a bed. I need the breaker. I need the door mechanic to board up the door. Repair it needs health. Door needs health. Window just won't be broken into unless the monster gets enough time by the window. And if it does break in, you're dead. When light monster comes in, you have 5 seconds to flash it with a flashlight, otherwise you die, maybe less than that. I think that's the game loop, or the survival mechanics. I think that's what I'm going to go with. If anyone has any ideas or any opinions about what I just said in the live chat, go for it. I see that maybe like 3 or 4 of you are in there, so if you're still there listening at all, I'm glad that you guys are still there though. It's 9:52 where I'm at, so I've got to go to bed. I'm probably going to stop this at 11 o'clock, so that's an hour. I have an hour to do this, to get most of the ideas out, because I don't have that much time tomorrow that I can code. And then Sunday, I'll have all of the morning might be a little hard, but after like 11 o'clock, I can code till 5, which is the end of this competition. Saturday, I might be able to start coding past 7 o'clock and beyond. So I'm going to have quite a bit of time, but definitely not 48 hours like the challenge has. So this game is going to be probably a lot smaller, especially because I'm a solo developer, but also because of the time constraints I have just on my normal schedule. That sounds right. So I'm going to go with that idea. So the next thing I should do, I won't have a grab mechanic. I'm just going to have, no, I should, because you only should have a flashlight if it's a horror game. So if they have a flashlight and they still think it's not a horror game, that would be kind of weird. Have a flashlight like sitting on the drawer or something like that. Yeah, okay. This will be a game that you learn how to survive. You'll have, anyone would probably have to play multiple times because they'll die. It's not going to be a hand-holding thing that tells you how to survive at the very start. It's a learning experience. The window, monster. Maybe first night, just the Dormont. No, I don't want like one night. I don't even know if I want multiple nights. It might just be one long night that just gets progressively harder. Though I do like a multi-night idea as well. But maybe go with multiple nights. The only problem with multiple nights is that then there would be like another day. Maybe it would just skip to the next night. I'm not quite sure on that one yet. But if it's multiple nights, the nights would get progressively harder. I think all monsters would be there from the very start. I wouldn't add any, like I wouldn't keep any monsters from trying to attack on the first night or something. They'd all just be very low aggressive and low chance of actually attacking. I have an idea of where I want this to go. I just don't know if I have enough time. The breaker, sometimes you just got to think things out before continuing, and sometimes I don't know if I've thought about it enough. Breaker is going to go there. The bed's going to go here. The door just needs some functionality to repair it. And let's say it takes 5 seconds and it repairs it to 100%. Breaker takes 5 seconds to turn back the lights on. Curtains, lights. I like this. The only thing I can think of is maybe the monsters are trying to attack at the same time might be an issue, where don't, maybe it should be just one monster trying to attack from 3 different places, but I don't like the idea that not 2 monsters can't attack at the same time. It's just that I can't have the light monster attack at the same time as you're trying to close the window or turn off the lights for the window monster, because then that would be an impossible survival situation where one's going to kill you over the other. No, it wouldn't actually. Oh, that's actually, these 3 ideas would probably work really well with each other, because if you have the lights off, you turn the curtain closed, that protects you completely from the monster that would come through the window. The light monster can still come through, so you got to be checking that, but the door monster will also still be attacking, so that will take your attention. So I think you'll skillfully be able to try to survive both. You just can't forget to look for light monster up there, and that might just be it. I feel like there should be like a 4th thing to worry about to make it even more difficult. I guess the thing you can make more difficult is which window is the monster at. That'd probably be the best case scenario, or I do want multiple windows in this house. I'm glad the light switch works. I want to forget about the grab mechanic. I just want the player to first not have like a light flashlight. It's going to be like on the drawer or something, and you can't pick it up. It's just going to be there for aesthetics at first, but then when you finish the first day, which is the only day you'll have daytime, by doing the daily tasks of the house, and you go to bed, when you wake up, it's going to be a cutscene of the door being like trying to be broken into, and then the player will just automatically grab the flashlight in the cutscene, and then when you come back to being in control of the player, they have the flashlight already equipped and you can't de-equip it. So I don't need a grab system, I just need it to be there when the player needs it. That's the best way I could think of saying that. Yeah. So all I need to do now is create the breaker, create the door system, create daily tasks to do for the day cycle, and then start doing the functionality of the cutscene and the monsters attacking. And when you first wake up on the first night, I think that the door monster will be the one to attack first. And then you just have to repair the door real quick and it'll go away, and it'll just be like that will be a forced encounter. But then after that, when the monster runs away, the monsters will start coming randomly. I think that fleshes out the idea in my mind. I've talked for a very long time without coding. But yeah, I believe that's what I'm going to go with. My voice is starting to hurt. Been talking for a while. What's up, Casey? Welcome back. I don't know how long ago you said that, but took me a while to look back at the chat. So, okay, let's do this thing. Player model could go now, I guess. Let's get out of the playing the game part and start creating other things. I don't know where I want this mic to be, but I'm gonna put it right here for now. I'm not sure if you can still hear me or not. But yeah, I don't really have a good place for the position of this microphone. I'm gonna put you right there. So what I want to do is create the breaker box. I don't know what a breaker box looks like. That's a little awkward, but maybe I can just make a part. I'm not a technician, guys. Or it's been a long enough time since I've looked at a breaker box. It's just going to be a box. And it's going to have like an electricity symbol on it or something, I don't know. And it's going to have a proximity prompt that just says like repair or something. Not sure. It'll just be in the corner. A little bit lower. There we go. We're gonna make that, call it a breaker with the model. We don't need any moving parts for this thing. So I don't think I need any tweening. I don't need a module inside the, well, maybe I do. I do need an attribute where it says is activated, is on, is working, is broken, is off. I'm going to add is needs repair. How about that? Boolean. Make it very simple. Let's just take what we have from the light switch, the attachment, and we're just going to paste it into the breaker. Wherever I put it. Paste into, oops, paste into the part here. The attachment doesn't need to be over there, it can be farther down. There we go. Let's change the object text to breaker. And we want the action text to be repair. This one needs to be a little bit special because it needs a little bit of extra, like if the prompt should only show if the breaker needs repair. We do need a visual signifier that the breaker is needing repair. I don't know. I feel like I need a switch of some kind. I could think of it as like a really big switch, but that would be stupid, in my opinion. I'm not sure what I want for that. Whoa, okay. So, breaker, let's lower it a little bit. That makes a little bit more sense. I could just have it looking like it's shorted. No, because the breaker, if the electricity, a breaker, a switch is switched. I don't know a better way to say that. That's what a breaker does. So I want some sort of switch. I want you to be like, oh, it's off. Crap, need to repair it. Well, then I would just say turn back on, wouldn't I? How about we're just a genius who knows how to repair a breaker, electrical breaker, and can repair it without any extra tools. I don't know. I just want the functionality of a breaker to turn back on or something. I don't know. I don't want to think about too hard about if it makes sense in the real world or not. But I just can't get that out of my mind. That doesn't make any sense. Whatever. It's going to be what it's going to be. To do that, though, I will be needing an extra parameter because I want the proximity prompt to only be available if it's broken. I don't know how I do that, though. Let's just make sure that the... Whoa, my microphone almost fell off. Let's just make sure... Sorry about that noise. Let's just make sure that the proximity prompt shows up, first of all. That would be a good thing to make sure. So, let's play it and check it out. Oh, the breaker fell. Oh, that's not good. That's not a good start. Also, I shouldn't have deleted that, I guess. Local script 39. Ooh, what? What does this do? Oh dear. So, if it's a prompt, it requires this? How does this work? Oh, I see. Okay, this makes... No, this works. This works. This works very well. However, I don't... First off, this has nothing to do with what we're working with, so let's delete this. What we need is... Where is the code that checks to see how close you are to a proximity prompt? Here it is. Yeah, right now it just checks to see if... So what we can do is say local can show equals hold up. Local module equals this. Module and require module can show. No, that's not what I want. What did I have here? Prompt.module. Okay, so this is going to say, can it show? It's going to see if it has a module, and if the module has a can show function, then it will call the function, and it'll return true. If it doesn't have a can show function, it'll just automatically assume this is true. So let's do this, and true. Let's test this out. First we need to make sure that everything else still works. Okay, yeah, okay, we can still close and open this shade. Okay, this repairs, yes. Now, here's the thing. First of all, need to anchor this. I forgot to do that. What we need to do is make sure that the breaker, when it is needs repair, or when it doesn't need repair, it doesn't show that function or that proximity prompt. Right now, it doesn't need repaired, so it shouldn't show, but it did. So let's add the functionality. That should fix it right there. We're just checking to see if it needs repair or not. So everything still works. This shouldn't show. And it showed. Gosh, dang it. Let's print can show. I just need to make sure that this function is being called at all. It definitely is. Isn't that strange? Oh, why did I do this? There we go. That should fix it. Yes? Yes? No. Oh, yeah, that wouldn't work. If this was false, it would still be true because of this part here. So this is always true right now. Because if this is false, if can show and module can show, or not module can show. Maybe that will fix it. Maybe that's the problem here. Make sure everything else works. It doesn't show. Perfect. Okay. That is what we wanted. So now it will only show if it needs repair. Let's actually change that on the client and turn that it does need repair. Yeah, then it turns back on. Yep, perfect. I'm going to make this one the proximity prompt one that you have to hold to activate. It's going to be 5 seconds. 5 seconds long to activate this. And that should, yeah. I don't have any of the functionality yet of what happens, but I think the holding, that should all be what I need. I forgot to make it need repair. Ooh, look at that. That would be a nasty wait time. Yeah. Ooh. Okay. So that's the breaker. We can worry about the visuals later. Light is done. But no, the light needs to make sure that the breaker doesn't need repair. So if I turn this on, the breaker is the main thing. So I'm just going to attach it to all lights, I guess. Let's go into the local script. Game dot workspace dot breaker dot get attribute change signal needs repair connect function. This is going to be a little bit complicated with needing the breaker to be on as well as the light. It would be easier if I checked this like every second or something, but that would be performance hungry for no reason. But if we only change it when something changes, it's a little bit hard to get the logic down for if it needs to be on or not. Because if the breaker turns on, it doesn't mean the lights should turn on if the lights are still switched off with the light switch. But if the light switch is on and the breaker turns off, then the lights do need to turn off. But if the light switch is on and the breaker is off, but it turns on, yeah, it's a lot of complications here. But so if the needs repairs changes, then light dot enabled equals, whoops, why do I have a then? Why did I put that there? Light.enabled equals switch. Get attribute is on. And workspace dot breaker get attribute needs repair. Not needs repair because we want it to not need repair. I think that works. Let's test it out. Uh-oh. Well, that's not good. What happens if we turn the breaker off? Okay. Oh, wait. No, that's actually exactly what we wanted. Because if it doesn't need repair, yeah, okay. Was it just wrong at first? Or am I thinking about this wrong? Hey, what's up in chat? Cheese God, what is happening? I am making a game for the Game Jam. This is a horror game. It's going to be a horror game. The theme of the Game Jam was unexpected development. So it's going to look like it's a friendly game at first, and then it's going to turn into a horror game. So unexpected. Okay. Does this need repair? It does. I have it set to needing repair from the beginning. So I need to turn that off. That should make more sense. The audio is getting captured. Yes, it is. Okay, perfect. And I lost my movement again. I need to fix that with the movement. If I untab and come back to the game, the mouse does not lock back on for some reason. Whatever. So the light switch it works. The breaker, it works. Close the curtains works. The only thing left I need to do now is if it is broken, I need the proximity prompt to fix it. So let's say it needs repaired. In our local script, or in our local script, I'm going to do a task.wait for, and I'm going to do workspace.breaker set attribute needs repair true. This is just going to test that the light turn off if the breaker needs repaired. Yep. And then if I come over here, it should, yeah, repair. Let's go into the proximity. Let's go into the proximity prompt and make sure that if I activate it, it turns the lights back on. First, I just want to make sure that the holding works. Triggered. So I've never worked with a proximity prompt that needs a hold button, or hold a button to activate it. So let's see if it activates the way I think it does. Does it take, yeah, it doesn't do a partial. Perfect. Okay. And if I hold it all the way, it triggers. Perfect. That's exactly what I was hoping it did. So when it triggers, I want script.parent.parent.parent.parent.set attribute needs repair to false. So now when we do our little forced needs repair on the breaker, lights turned off, repair, lights turned back on. Perfect. And if the light switch was off, it wouldn't have done anything there, even if it was fixed. Curtains are there, breaker's done, light switch is done. The only thing else is the door. Door needs a health. Oh, the most people in the live stream are here. The 7 people, it says. Welcome to the live stream, guys. It's the most so far today I've had, I think. Yeah, so the door, it needs a proximity prompt. First of all, I need to make it a model. Let's get this all together into door. It's going to have health, which is going to be an attribute. It's going to start at 100. It needs a proximity prompt. So let's get one, I guess. Trying to think. I'm just going to copy another one over, probably from the breaker this time. Copy the attachment, go back to the door, put it into the base. The attachment is not where I wanted it to be. That should work. And the module script, it should only activate if the health is get attribute health is less than 100. So you can't repair a fully functional door. Doesn't make sense to. It's going to also take 5 seconds to repair the door. When triggered, the health is just going to be set back to 100. The monsters are going to be the ones that lower the health. Each time he comes to the door, he's going to bang on the door, you're going to get audio cue, maybe even a visual cue. Health is going to go down. You'll be able to see the health of the door through the proximity prompt, but as you also will be able to visualize the damage to the door as well. There's going to be cracks, maybe. I don't know how you're going to repair it. It doesn't make sense how you repair a door from within with like no material. I'm just not going to worry about that. Just there's a repair function. It's just going to repair it. I don't know. I don't know why. I don't know how. You're just a master repairman that can repair things without any material. Maybe I should call it not repair door, but like fortify, barricade, strengthen. No, I don't know. I'll think about that later. That can always be changed. But that should work. So if I go in and go to the door, it shouldn't pop up anything. But if I go into the mod or set the door health to 50, yeah. So that does work. I'm going to do something terrible and utilize this can show to do something else other than just showing if it can show or not, just since it gets called every frame. I'm going to do script.parent, nope, script.parent object text equals door health script.parent get attribute health. Let's see if that works. Well, look at that. Has the health right there. The repair, I'm going to change the repair to now maybe barrack. No, I can't think of a word that is what I'm looking for here, but maybe repair is the best idea here. Keyboard, key code. That should all be the same. Just trying to think. Yeah, maybe repair is the right option, but I do need to change this to door first, though. I guess I will keep it so that if the door is at 100 health, it won't show the repair. But you'll be able to see what the health is, and you know, if it's low enough, then yeah, now it's at 100. The light switch doesn't work because the breaker's off. Repair the breaker. Gets the lights back on. Close the shade. You can listen to if the monster's there or not. Yeah, I think this is a really good survival setup here. I don't like the layout necessarily, but you get what you get. So I want to make a bed now, just because I want the cutscene to start somewhere. I also need to make, because here's the idea for this game, is that for the theme, which is unexpected development, I'm going to make it seem very cheerful and happy at the beginning. It's going to be you starting on the day, and it's like, oh, it's time to get ready for bed. Time to close the curtains. Turn off the light, or even before that, like water the plants, feed the fish. I might even have, yeah, might as well get a fish in there into the game somewhere. Feed the fish, you know, all these simple things that have no fun value really. It's just a task to do. And then the last task is barricade the door. And it's like, that's like the uh-oh moment. Like, oh, this game might not be what I thought it was. I thought it was cheerful. I thought I was doing stupid tasks for no reason. I thought this was a boring game. And then you go to bed. You wake up to the door getting banged on by the monster. The cutscene starts. You grab the flashlight in the cutscene, and then you get the objective, survive. And then you survive for the whole night. And I think I'll just do one night. And I think I will do... yeah, one night. No, I don't know. It might be multiple nights. I'm not sure. I'm going to continue, though. Let's get a bed. It's going to be a very simple bed. What does it make sense for the player size bed to have? You're this large, so about here, and then you're that long, which isn't long at all. I don't know. I think my phone just died. Now I can't see chat anymore, if anyone chats. That looks about right. I'll raise it up. Lower it a little bit. Bed really doesn't need to be too well, doesn't need to look too good. Just, you know, it looks like a bed. That's all we need. Needs a frame. This is the mattress. Need blankets. Classic red blankets on a bed. I think that's fine for the blankets. Like, it's just going to be a layer on top. It's not even going to come up down the edges at all. A block for a pillow is fine, right? Like, it looks very comfortable to me. Not, but whatever. Make sure it's centered. Turn it white. Look at that. It's a bed. Perfect. Got the breaker. Got the bed. We need a bookshelf where the flashlight will be. That's a pretty big bookshelf. I also might need a lamp here. That would be a good idea. Yeah, let me look real quick. That's not what I was looking for, is it? Yeah, nothing. Whoa, that's a lot of data you guys can see. Hopefully there wasn't anything important there. Give me 1 second as I check something real quick. I'm gonna hide my screen real quick. Make sure I just, yeah, there's nothing. All right. I'm gonna show my screen back. All right, So we need a bookshelf. Let's color this to be brown. That's not brown. What happened? There we go. That's not what I want. No, no. Going backwards. No. That's better. Maybe go with wood. Perfect. That's pretty good. Right now, like, shelves are not going to look anything special. Putting it right there. I think the bed needs to go further back, though. Let's group it together so I can just move it. Yeah. And move it there. Maybe a little bit. Give it a little bit of room. There we go. Little shelf here. We're going to want a lamp. We want a lamp here. As well as flashlight. So let's make the flashlight. It's going to be a very simple flashlight. Whew. Might be a little too big. So let's resize it a little bit. Want this to be as thin as possible. Oh, why is this not a... It's an oval. Or I thought it was. Maybe I'm just looking at it weird. Yeah, it's that. It's a little thicker than maybe I wanted it. So let's make it a little bit skinnier. Let's actually group it together. So then I can just do this. Oh, it's not letting me do that. Okay. How about this? No, it's because of this stupid thing. Okay. I can't get the look of this right. I don't know why. That's fine. That's fine. Oops. Let's make it neon. That is a very bright flashlight. That looks a little bit better. Let's lower the color a little bit. And maybe make it less yellow. There we go. So that would be what it looks like when it's on. I don't know. The looks could be better. But you get what you get, I guess. It's very simple flashlight. So I'm just gonna leave that there. We're also gonna make a little lamp. I don't know what... I can picture a lamp, I just don't know how I'd make it. Maybe just make a little stupid lamp. That's very simple. I have an idea. Let's make it a cylinder. And let's make it a little bit smaller. And let's make it large here. I don't know. Can you just make a cylinder light like this? Like, oh no, that does not look like a light. That is not good. Lamp. Thinking of a lamp. Ooh, we could do. And do a sphere. Definitely closer. I just don't know how I'd make the usual cone around it. Oh, I could make a cylinder. Do a union. It's a little big, but I don't. Looks fine to me. Make it a little bit of transparent. No, it's probably not a good thing. Okay, no transparency, but it won't cast a shadow. Wait, do unions not have cast shadow? Oh dear. Whatever. Oh, I kind of forgot. I want to make the lighting in this game using the future technology. So what does that look like? No. It looks terrible. Why does it look like this? Guess the lights need to be a little bit more. Huh. Yeah, if we just make the ambience a little bit better, this looks a lot better than it did just a second ago. Can also make the lighting a little bit darker. Let's try turning off the lights and see what it looks like. Oh, there's still a lot of light. I don't think we're using world. No, we are using global shadows. What is? We make this 12, no, 1. And we turn off this light. It's still bright out, and that's because of the ambient, right? Yes, okay, that's the problem. Lighting, ambient, we can make it dark. There we go. Okay. Now when the lights turn off, it should be pretty dark. That's better. I'm gonna have to do a little bit of work with the walls, make them thicker probably, and make sure that they don't the light doesn't magically get in because of Roblox's bad implementation of lighting. But let's repair the breaker, turn back the lights on. Beautiful. Yeah, okay. Oh, the bed's a little high, isn't it? Excuse me. Yes, the bed needs to get lowered. Just a tad bit. And because I'm lazy, it's just going to go clip through the floor. How about that? I'm also going to scale it a little bit. There we go. It looks a little silly from up here, but maybe it's not, doesn't look as low. What? The bed's back from the ground. That's because it's not anchored. Let's anchor that. Okay, yeah, it's a little too low now. Let's move it back up a little bit. Let's anchor this. Okay, yep, look at that. That looks like a bed now. None of the other things are anchored, so I think I should go anchor those things now. Group them together. Lamp. The lamp is also going to be able to be turned on and off, but it's going to play really no role. I actually want the lamp to break. I don't want the lamp to be part of the game survival system. I want when the person gets up and tries to get their flashlight, they accidentally knock over the lamp, breaks it, and I'll just be part of the ambient for night, which is scary. Rename this flashlight. And I did anchor it. So now none of these things should fall apart, I believe. No. The lamp is still not anchored. Okay. Last try before I go insane. There we go. Lamp, flashlight's floating, and that's fine right now. Breaker needs to get repaired. That's the light. Door needs repaired. Door repairs. Light works. That's wonderful. Curtain works. That's also wonderful. So a lot of what I'm going to have to do tomorrow is the cutscene. The small activities you can do around the house. The monster functionality. And then on the last day I can worry about the wind condition. And any touch-ups I need to do to the game. But I think I am running out of time tonight. Got a lot done in about 5 hours, a little bit more. Got a first-person camera system that took up a lot of the time. Custom character, moving physics. Yeah, no grab mechanics. That will reduce the time I need. The monsters will be pretty basic with their attack patterns. The only thing I would need to work on more is the visual effects of the monsters actually attacking and stuff like that. Jump scares. I need to get all of the info that you know, the client knows that the curtain's closed, open, lights are on and off, but the server doesn't know. So I need to send all of this information to the server. I'm only going to send information that it needs to know. Since this game's so small, I can get away with brute forcing it by just sending specific values from the specific objects. Now, if this was a more complicated, more bigger stage of a house, I might need to work on that a little bit more. I'm going to create more windows so that the monster has more places to attack, most likely. But for right now, I might just make it that there's this one window, just in case I don't have enough time to add more windows. I'm just kind of running through the last few things in my head before closing off today, because I have to get up early tomorrow, and I need to prepare for an event I have tomorrow that runs most of the day. So I don't have as much time as I want for tomorrow's game jam time, but I think I got enough done today that I can feel okay with getting a game completed by Sunday at 5. But I will probably be streaming a little bit later than I did today, but maybe an hour or two later, but I will be streaming up to this time again tomorrow. I won't be streaming in the morning tomorrow, but then on Sunday I'll be streaming from around 11 o'clock to 5, so that's also another 6 hours that I get to develop, so plenty of time here to finish the game, I think. But never know, with developing you always take how long you think it will take and multiply it by 3, and that's probably half the time it will take. So yeah, I don't have enough time to do anything before I gotta go, so I'm gonna call it good here. I'm going to, if I can get my mouse to work, I'm gonna stop the game, publish it for right now, and close off. So let me give it a second here. You're just going to see a blank screen for a second, but I want to thank everyone for everyone who's joined in for the time I've been on today. Thank you for joining in. I would like to see what you've gotten done, Casey, but tomorrow might be a better time. Thanks, everyone. I will be seeing you guys. If you guys want, come back tomorrow around the same time. I'll be back. Be working on this. Appreciate it. Have a good one. See you later.